Yo. It's Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, got to fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Morning. It is I. It is he. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, I am here in the building with Righteous Reg. Hopefully, you're enjoying your Sunday. Hopefully, you're having a good one. We appreciate you here with us, if you are here with us.
It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster, Righteous Reg, here to give you a sermon on a Sunday morning. Phil, am I going too far doing all that? I'm going too far immediately. Welcome, you guys. It's Sunday morning. It's different. We were counter-programmed a little bit yesterday, so we're here to join you today to talk a lot of wrestling, and I'm excited about it. But before that, what's up with you, Philip Lindsey? How's your week, bro?
Yeah, we weren't counter-programmed. Somebody else was counter-programmed. We'll talk about how that turned out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm pretty good. I was sitting this morning and I was like, oh, we going around noon? Like, give me an excuse to not turn this game on. And then I was like, oh no, it's at 3. So
now they got you.
I'll probably be watching it.
I forgot that it's football season. A lot of people are sitting down getting ready for that. So shout out to y'all if you are joining us before the festivities kick off.
Yeah. Already start to a pretty painful season. Pretty demoralizing loss to the Detroit Lions last week, which I kind of expected, but yeah, it is what it is.
Life of a Bears fan. At least you're repping with the hat today. Like, you got some spirit.
I have a lot of Bears stuff at home because why not? I think, unfortunately, as a Chicago fan, we have like some of the best branding, even though our teams are not great.
Definitely.
Like, Bulls merch is incredible. Like, I have tons of like just Bulls like sweatshirts and hoodies and stuff and just hats, but yeah, not a great team to root on at the moment. I actually have on like this Bears warm up that I got from a team trip that went on. So,
you know, that's funny thinking about it, because like the Bay Area stuff, I don't really like any. Like, I'm not trying to rock Niners merch. I don't really like their style. Like,
Niners stuff is cool.
Seeing all the red and stuff just like kind of makes me feel weird a lot of the times. When Raiders were here, like, I don't know, the gangsters would always wear Raiders merch and jerseys and stuff. So it's like I don't really want to rock Raiders stuff. Warriors merch is like some stuff hits, but then some stuff is like, what is this? Like, why did you guys put this out? So it's been kind of hard. Honestly, the hardest merch out right now might be the Golden State Valkyries, the WNBA team. They got some dope shit.
Shout out to Valkyries. Made it to playoffs in their first year. You know, bad matchup within the first round. So
you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for a lot of teams to beat the Las Vegas Aces. They went on an incredible run to start to finish off the season. Speaking of the Aces, congratulations to Asia Wilson, first ever 4-time MVP in the WNBA. Well deserved. Incredible player. Like, when you look at her accolades, just for somebody that's not even 30 yet, 4-time MVP, 2-time champion, finals MVP, rookie of the year. I think like 3-time defensive player of the year, 7-time all-star. Like, those are like, that's like GOAT status for a lot of people. If she finished today,
right,
that would be like in the GOAT conversation. But she's only 29 years old. That's crazy.
Hall of Fame numbers. That's unreal. And like, she's just getting started. Like, she's gonna win a bunch more at this race. She is out there
balling. When everybody talks WNBA, they mention her. She's the face of the brand. Like, it's crazy the ascension and the amount of time that she's done it. I mean, off the backs of being an incredible basketball player.
Yeah, she's great. Seeing her get the WNBA trophy, Bam Adebayo came out and brought it up. That was pretty cool. Hey, man.
Yes.
Hey, man, I see it, man. I see what Bam's doing, man.
I definitely see what he's doing.
I see what Bam's doing out there, bro.
You want me to carry it out? I got you.
I got it. I got it. Yeah, so shout out to her, man. Like I said, Aces are going to be tough to beat. They got a real good chance of winning another championship.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in that New York game. I don't know what was said in the locker room after they lost the game, but then they went on to not lose another game after that for the rest of the season. Yeah, locked in. So
it's so funny because I was always like, a Las Vegas team in any capacity is never going to work. Like, they're never going to be the best. There's too much temptation. There's too much going on. Here come the women to be like, nah, that's not a thing. We're going to ball. We're going to win all the championships, and it's going to be very hard to beat us.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Paige Becker, Rookie of the Year. Also, very well deserved. Unfortunately, not on a great team in Dallas, but bright future for Paige Becker, man.
Yeah, definitely balling too. There's a bunch of ballers. I went to one Valkyries game this year, and I was like, listen, on both sides of the court, there's a bunch of very legitimate, incredible, superstar-like players on the WNBA. So I'm so happy that the game has changed so much, and the perception of what they are is totally different than it was 5 years ago. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Last time we were here, also got to fight that night.
Oh yeah,
we got the preliminaries that took forever. I was sitting there like, listen, start this fight, man. What's going on?
Show, dog. Like, I saw the people complaining on the East Coast, and I'm like, I'm on the West Coast, and I want them to start this fucking fight, dog. What are y'all doing?
Yeah. I was like, yo, start this fight, bro. This fight didn't start till like midnight my time, and you know, both of us picked Canelo to win. I think coming in, Canelo was the favorite. And hey, man, I'm sorry I doubted you, Bud, man. Bud went out there and put on a clinic, counter punching, kept this guy at bay. Never looked like he was under duress this entire fight. He was comfortable, moving very well. Because I was a little concerned when you move up 2 weight classes like he did for this fight. Sometimes fighters don't keep their same speed and they're not as effective. Sometimes they kind of tire out quickly. Now, this guy never looked tired. He never looked like he was worried. He was phenomenal in this fight. Yeah, Canelo, it was about the 3rd round where I was looking around like, oh yeah, this fight's in the bag. I don't think Canelo can do it because he couldn't get close to him at all. And even when he got some hits in, but it looked like he was completely unfazed.
Yeah, we both definitely picked Canelo last week, and within the first half a minute, I was like, oh, I think we were wrong. Like, I could just see Bud immediately was like, nope, I'm coming in here. I'm tough. There's nothing this guy could do to me to win this fight. The counter punches that he had in this fight were incredible, and I was like, Canelo's a world-class boxer, like GOAT-less, one of the greatest of all time. And Bud's in there like having a good time. It's like a sparring session. And when they would show the slow motion clips and like these punches when the fight's happening look like, oh, just like, but when like they show the slow motion and it looks like he's destroying Canelo's face, it's like, I can't believe someone could be that fast. I think it's like, well, I don't, how do your hands move that fast? How does your head move that fast? How do you become this? And for him to be so humble throughout it and be like, yeah, I came in here to win this fight. I used my strategy and I won, was crazy. The fight cards, Phil, I don't know, like it felt like they wanted Canelo so bad to rally. The commentators were like trying to figure out angles for him. I'm like, what is going on here? I understand like the push, this is the guy, but at bits it got kind of cringy, honestly.
Very partisan crowd for Canelo as well. But yeah, no, Bud put on a clinic. There was at one point where he was just like backing away from him and like getting his counter punches in, and Canelo got close and he got like a little body shot in, and they zoomed in on Bud's face. He had that smirk. I was like, "Oh yeah, this is over."
When you smirking,
he had the little smile on. He started talking a little trash. I was like, "Oh yeah, this is a done deal, man. You're not beating this guy." And man, not just the fact that he won, but the fact that he made winning look that good. He looked completely unbothered. He looked like as cool as can be. Man, really cool to see. It's somebody that never liked Floyd Mayweather, by the way. And this guy kind of boxes the same kind of style as Floyd Mayweather.
He does. It's
been cool to see somebody that's more likable doing that, because I've never been a big fan of Floyd. But yeah, really cool. Shout out to him. He's another guy that's inching into that GOAT conversation.
Yep. This is a legacy fight right here. Like, so many people watched you do this.
Bro, 42-0. That's crazy. What a record.
42 fights, Phil. Imagine going in 42 times and the dude on the other side is trying to kill you and you come out looking great every time.
Yeah. What a record. What a guy did. I loved seeing the shot of all of the black celebrities in the front row jumping up like this was a win for them personally. Like you could see all the crowd behind them, and you could see just that section of black celebrities like jumping
Chappelle
up.
In that fit.
Chappelle in his like Flintstones cut off fit. I don't know what the hell that was.
What is that sleeveless denim joint?
I don't know what the fuck he was wearing. But Dave Chappelle being excited, you see like Chance in the background, and he's like all excited. All of Wiz, Angel Reese was over there. Yeah, just
great moment. You could feel it on the timeline. Like everybody was like, yeah, like they felt great about this victory because like it wasn't supposed to be this. Like Bud was counted out. He's the smaller guy. He's like all the odds were against him, and he like beat every single odd.
Yeah. Great for him. Great fight. More of my continued discomfort for where we're getting with Saudi. At some point I looked around like when the fight was still like not starting yet, and they were doing all the preliminary stuff, and they were doing the stuff from Ring Magazine. Max Kellerman was interviewing the fighters, interviewed Turkey Al-Sheikh in the midst of this, and I was like, okay. And like the Riyadh season stuff was everywhere mentioned in this, and like you could see how much they are like in the business of working with Netflix now. And I mean, Turkey Al-Sheikh was all over this thing.
In the videos, dog. In the videos.
At one point, he's sitting front row with like Jason Statham, Mr. Beast, and like all these other very rich people. Dana White, Mark Wahlberg was there, and I was just like, man, this is Canelo had Riyadh season on his trunks. I was saying to you in our group chat how much Canelo got paid for this fight, which is insane.
What?
Insane. Which also tells you why, he was promoted so heavily and why he was a lot of people's pick to win this fight.
And when they were like, "Oh, how do you feel about losing this fight, Canelo?" He was like, "I feel great." When I found out how much money he made, I was like, "I would feel great after that too." There's nothing you can. Like, if you're not knocking me out and it's like, it's okay. Like, I feel great. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
I'm sure he did. Like I said, knowing how much he made for this fight. Yeah, I'm sure he feels amazing. But yeah, that, and just like, even after the fight was over and Turkey Al-Sheikh's in the ring, he gives Terrence Crawford a hug afterwards. So I was like, and then like within the next few days, we got that announcement that Tom Brady's signing on to do the flag football game in Saudi Arabia, which is to our point last week about WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia. All this stuff being announced within days. WrestleMania, just the numbers for this fight in Vegas, and then
this is all like a week's worth of stuff.
And Turkey was in the midst of all of it. That just tells you where the entertainment business is, and a lot of money is being handed out to come to Saudi Arabia.
When he was on that with the shirt and the sunglasses, and I was like, "Oh, this guy is bro."
Turkey Al Sheik was outside in Las Vegas last week.
That's a fact.
He was outside, buddy.
Money was being spent around there. He was, every time I would turn on my TV, no matter what it was, this guy was, it could be a hip hop video. He's showing up, boxing, wrestling, football, golf. I'm like, yo, this is what's happening here? Like, this is a crazy takeover. The way that he was talking about Netflix the whole time too, Phil, I was like, oh, they got like a deal. Like, this is intense. Like,
you can see it.
This is some years. This is some time. This is some money. I'm like, this is crazy. I don't know what this means, but brother got to lock on the industry right now.
Yeah. And when you see all of the other connects here with like how much now WWE is in with Netflix and WWE is with ESPN, it just kind of feels like a lot of this stuff that's happening right now was inevitable. Tony Khan answered the question that we were wondering after this announcement last week in the media call about potentially doing a show in the spring of 2027. I thought that was very interesting. He did continue to say that Revolution is a big show. Maybe that means they're going to move Revolution up to that weekend or something. I don't know. He could have been just answering a question in a moment, and he did say it was too soon to make plans. But then we also got the reveal that two organizations have reached out to GCW about potentially taking GCW to Saudi Arabia during WrestleMania weekend. I don't know how that possibly works when one of your GCW collective shows is Effie's Big Gay Brunch. You're not going to take Effie's Big Gay Brunch to Saudi Arabia. And then you've also got, shows like Joey Janelle Spring Break. There's certain things on that card that are not going to be on a Saudi Arabia card. So I don't know how that works.
Effie already tweeted he will not be in Saudi Arabia for.
I mean, I would guess.
So
I would guess. And then even with that, Brett Lauderdale is basically like, it's too soon to tell. It's too soon to make any real definite plans. But he did say the two organizations have reached out to him. I believe Post Wrestling. Shout out to those guys; they do great work. But they also got a quote from High Spots in regard to WrestleCon potentially going to Saudi Arabia. And they talked about like the cost for staff and then also, the raise in cost to have talent international and have them appear at WrestleCon. So it doesn't seem really likely that we'll get a WrestleCon in Saudi Arabia. It'll probably stay in the United States. But this just tells you like how much things are being moved around because WrestleMania won't be in the US.
That's going to be the most telling thing in the world if they go in WrestleMania 27, WrestleMania 43, and the collective is there. Like, that's going to be like game changing, pun intended, if they announce that, if they broker a deal, if they get wrestlers out there. Like, that's going to change so much. I feel like Brett is just like business or making deals. Like, that's going to be historic. That's where I'm going with it. But the optics definitely are going to continue to look crazy because exactly like you described, Phil, a big part of the collective weekend, one of the biggest shows of the weekend is Effie's Big Gay Brunch. Not happening. 0% of that happening for the culture. Like, is that I don't but like I feel uncomfortable even talking about it. Like, I don't know what this means for that week, what this means for that weekend, but they're already talking and collaborating about it this early. That means that there's some motion to it. And I think that, like, I feel like over there, they're like, yeah, just bring all that, bring everything that's a part of WrestleMania weekend. And the collective is part of now. Phil, we sat at Bloodsport this year and saw what this has become, what this spectacle is, and how it's like a part of the WWE machine now. And if they're going to continue to do that, then you got to bring them over there too.
I don't know. I'm not as convinced that it could happen. I think that there's money on the table to potentially do it. But the audience that's going to go to WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia is different than the audience that's going to go to WrestleMania in the United States. Yes. It's not as much a part of like the wrestling community, like the United Kingdom would be. Like if you took GCW, the collective, to England, it'll be a different crowd that's going to come to those shows and go to all of the collective shows.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you have the proof that that same audience will show up for a show in Saudi Arabia.
I don't know if it works like that.
Yeah.
It just, it could. I don't know. There could be some hardcore fans out there that we don't know about, but I don't.
It doesn't seem like it. Again, I don't know
Right.
the most about the country, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like this is mostly a WWE crowd.
Right.
I'm not sure if this is the kind of crowd that is there to support the collective in indie wrestling.
Right. Especially like 12 shows or whatever like they
Yeah.
do. Maybe like one GCW off show and they're a part of it, but like the collective, I don't know if it works like, because there's some people that go to WrestleMania weekend just for the collective and they're not going to
Right, and that's
shows.
Right, and that's kind of what I was saying last week, that you're taking WrestleMania and you're withdrawing it from the wrestling community and wrestling fandom that travels for these weekends and putting it in a country where a lot of people are not going to travel. And that's not so much of a risky move for WWE because they're insulated because this is a government sponsored show. But indie wrestling doesn't have the same backing. So I'm not sure how well that works.
And like international, there's like wrestlers do travel international, but like on the high spots thing, like these people need passports, these people need all kind of stuff, and there's people that are out of date. There's so much that goes into this instead of just like, hey, can you make it to New Orleans or Vegas or Indiana this week? And that's way different than going overseas and doing all that.
Yeah, the staffing thing I think will be more of an issue.
Right.
And then also you gotta wonder, like, how does WrestleCon make money out of this? You're gonna have to pay the talent more. You're gonna have increased, pay, to put this thing together. It might not be worth it to attempt that for WrestleCon.
No. Not when WWE has also started running WrestleCon type events and like they have WWE World and they have the meet and greets and all that. It wouldn't.
That's exactly what I thought about. Funny enough, I don't think that it'll be missed as a part of that WrestleMania weekend in Saudi Arabia because they're gonna have like a big WWE World and the stuff that they want out there.
Right. Like it's gonna work out. They've been preparing for this. They've been conditioning people to be like, we have all that stuff. You don't need to go anywhere else. We got it right here.
Yeah. Send us in your super chats. That is the best way to get your chats read on this podcast. You can also send us Humper Chat at humperchats.com/Fightful.
Yes, sir. We always appreciate you guys sending in your super and Humper Chat. You get them read right here on the air. We appreciate you guys joining us on a different day on the Sunday morning. Some of you get probably mowing, watering your grass outside, doing your thing. So we appreciate that. Some of you probably going to listen to this on Monday like you always do. Appreciate y'all too. Appreciate anybody that listens to us in whatever format you do. We always kind of tend to leave out the audio listeners. So shout out to our audio homies who don't be looking at Phil and I's face every weekend and just be listening to our voice either on your commute or just when you're kicking it. We're going to get into a few super chats before we move forward. The homie Van Twinblade says, do you remember? That's a Michael Jackson quote.
21st night of September.
Oh, it's the 21st today. Hell yeah. Yeah. I do remember. See, I went to remember the time, but I didn't know it was the 21st of the September. So shout out to today's date. Shout out to the homie Van Twinblade. The other Mikey V says, Unk MVP still got it. I was very moved.
Yeah, man. We're going to get into that.
Yes.
Yeah, great performance from MVP in the Hurt Syndicate.
Unk definitely brought his working boots overseas, and that was great. We're definitely going to get into it. Appreciate that, Mike. James Zimmerman says AEW was by far the better show. WWE corporate shilling was gross.
Yeah, there were some expected results here. Yeah, we'll get into it.
Like, ads during pay-per-view. No, so. Appreciate that, James. Tenruza says TK has an announcement. We are so back. All out equals fire. Yeah, I don't know what TK's announcement is. I have no idea. I don't know the ballpark. I don't know anything.
We're getting close to C2 season, so maybe it's an announcement about the Continental Classic. I personally hope it's finally women's tag titles.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's the move coming out of this pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a blood and guts announcement because we haven't seen
yeah.
blood and guts yet. So I don't know. There's a few possibilities.
I think some kind of women's announcement will be a good deal right now at this moment. Blood and guts, tag titles, something concerning them will be some goodwill. But legit, don't know anything. It could be anything in the world. I appreciate that, Tenruza. That's all of our super chats for this morning right now.
Appreciate you. Got some Humper chats. Got some from regular Humper chat. Residential Petty of the Ward hander outer Tony P. He says, going to keep it short. Busy having fun with friends today. So Cardi was right.
Yes.
I can't name 5 Bia songs. And Darby did attempted murder again. So those are my co-petty of the weeks. LOL. Those pay-per-views were so night and day in presentation and feel.
And time.
Yeah. I did not listen to any of this Cardi album. I was glad to see a lot of people enjoyed it because people have been waiting for this sophomore album for Cardi for a while.
So long.
And a lot of people have been kind of trying Cardi, man. Like certain rappers have been throwing shots at her or trying to diss her. Certain podcasters have been talking kind of crazy about her. And so it seems like she had a lot of things to address on this. She also announced that she's pregnant. And so very busy week for Cardi. I will say this rollout has been really, really great.
Yes.
All of the stuff she's been doing on the internet has been really funny. The stuff of her like selling the CDs on the streets, really, really funny stuff.
On the subway.
Yeah. Like she's done different variations. Like when she's like walking around the middle of the street handing them out, that was funny. And then she had like her like roster thing that she had set up, and that was really funny. Yeah, Cardi is just she's so likable, man. Despite what you may think of her music or some of the other things, she's such an entertaining person.
She's so likable that she's been able to not put out an album for this long, just off of vibes, legit. Just like because she's so cool and everybody likes her so much and they like her commentary that people were like, "We're fine, we want the album for sure, but like it's chill." And so I'm super happy that she finally put it out and that it's put out. A lot of people have listened to it. She sold some good units of it. Like Phil said, the rollout of it has been incredible. She's really sold it old school and like gotten the word out that she has an album coming out. The Clips started something this year with their rollout stuff, and like people are going to start with these great rollouts and not just focus on going to streamers.
Bro, I think that I'm convinced now that they're going to win Best Rap Album of the Year.
No doubt about it.
There's no way the Clips are not going to win Best Rap Album of the Year. When I came back home Saturday night and I saw that clip of them performing at the Vatican, I was just like, with the Disney Plus logo in the corner, I was like, bro, yeah, they're definitely winning Best Rap Album here.
Look, seeing the clips with the Disney Plus logo in the corner, I'm like, anything is possible, Phil. Like we can do anything. These guys are at the Vatican, bro. And somebody was like, that's what happens when you put somebody from Chicago in the Vatican.
Yeah, man. Birds Don't Sing is becoming one of their records too. Like they perform it quite a bit. It just is becoming like a moment for them. Happy to see that for them, man. The album is still is in heavy rotation for me. FICO is still one of my favorite songs this year. The Mike Tyson Blow to the Face record also. Every time it comes on, I'm like, nah.
POV's my one, man. Still, when I first heard it and when I hear it now, I'm just like, I want to fight somebody. I think, and it needs even really that vibe. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
great record though. Like, it feels even better that like Pusha started a second career essentially. Like he became this solo successful superstar, business mogul, entrepreneur, and then went back with his brother and like is getting this critical acclaim, and everybody across every industry is like, that's the best hip-hop album of the year, like by far. And it seems like they're having a great time, and it seems like they're playing hella shows. Like it's great that he's back with Malice to do it.
Yeah. I feel like we've kind of like, I don't want to say just moved on from how great the Kendrick verses on Chains and Whips. But every time I hear it now, I'm like, nah, this guy like really went absolutely crazy on here. Like I feel like we've just like accepted it as like a norm that this is
It's
what
just
this
like,
guy does, but
that's what he does. That's how he does it.
his verse on there is like insane.
It's like alien mode. Like it's like everybody. There's a million guys that do this, that rap. There's everybody. I'm one of them, and like I can't. Like that's like at an expert master level of like versage, bars, words, flow, like all the things. Like how? And like the way they described it happened, like he was in the middle of this Drake shit and like working on tour stuff and doing all this and like, you know, just had a little bit of time to do that verse. I'm like, all right, leave me alone.
Yeah. Trying to see. I think I am gonna hold off on some of these Humper chats until we actually get into All Out and Wrestlepalooza.
For sure.
But yeah, to start the weekend, very heavy weekend of wrestling. We got the CMLL anniversary show this weekend as well. Shout out to CMLL. That's a long time to be around. For
I didn't know that was possible, honestly.
for lucha promotion, and I think, you know, Lucha Libre is having such a great year. When you see just like the big stars in both AEW and WWE that are luchadors, and then you see like, you know, AAA getting you know, more high profile shows, and you see what this has done with CMLL and partnerships with these companies. It's a really good time to be a fan of Lucha Libre.
Yeah, we've never seen such an explosion. Like we've seen different pockets. WCW did a thing. WWE had a little thing for a while. We've seen like lucha in American spaces and American fans love it. But this is like the most that I think like American fans have been invested. They've been on American television. But beyond that, in Mexico, they've been doing some crazy, crazy business. CMLL being around for 92 years. Hearing their crowds compared to our crowds is like, oh, this is totally different. And they're in the same fucking arena every time, Phil, and it's still totally different vibes, totally different energy. The energy for the match we're going to talk about with MJF and Místico was like, this is what wrestling crowds are supposed to be. It's supposed to be about emotion. It's supposed to be about this match. It's not about this is awesome and trying to get your own damn chance in. It just was refreshing, I think, is what I came out of the show with.
Yeah, I think there's a real big difference between, you know, the North American crowd and the crowd that's in, the North American crowd and then the crowd that's in Mexico and the crowd that's in Japan and some of these other crowds. It's just totally different. Even when you look at like the crowd in the UK, like they chant a lot and they try to get their things over, but it's just a different audience.
It is.
It's just a different feel to these shows. The atmosphere for this show was really great. Man, Místico versus MJF was a legitimate match of the year contender.
Unreal.
Místico has been incredible. He's having a great year. MJF, man, I don't really like how crazy people talk about Max sometimes. I think people don't like certain aspects to his act, and certain people don't like certain things that he's done with AEW. And so I think people have mixed that up with like his actual level of talent. This guy is a great wrestler. When he says like he's a generational wrestler and people are just like, oh, well, you know, you did this like devil storyline or this brochacho thing I didn't like. That doesn't change the fact that this guy is one of the best homegrown stars out of AEW, like by far.
Yeah. They don't understand that the level of when it's time to really do this thing, like he's exceptional. Like he is the future of the business with what he can do, the way he talks, the way that his mind works. All the things kind of put together is why he's in the space. Sometimes he could get a little overboard with things and things could get there could be extras, but that's just because he's trying to tell a full story. When it's in completion, things make a lot more sense. Sometimes when you're in the weeds, they could get a little jacked up, but when it's time to play and you look at Max's resume against the top stars of the business, all hitters mostly, you know what I mean? And this was like when you think of what that character, what MJF is as a character and what he represents, this was like 100% authentically him. Like, he comes in as the big heel. He has this Homelander stuff. The crowd hates him. He's living it up. John Cruz is there with the flag. Like, this is like, he dreamed this up. You know what I mean? Like, you could see him like as a kid thinking like, what if I went to Mexico and I was this big heel and blah, blah, blah. Like, you could just know that there was so much of him that he was excited about this going into this match. Then Místico comes out to that song and the crowd is just like, this is like homecoming, Phil. Like, you feel like you're a part of what's happening here. It feels like history. And it felt like an old school Mexican lucha libre main event. Like, when you watch the shit from 92, from 82, like the hardcore blood feud type matches, this is what this felt like.
Yeah, for sure. I think the great thing about Max, and it seems like CMLL really likes working with Max. I think that he has made a point to make everything he does with CMLL feel distinct to his character, but also unique to what he's doing in AEW, because it's not the exact same thing he's currently doing with AEW.
Right.
And I think that's also what makes it so good. He's had this Místico feud going throughout this year. Of course, they had their match at Grand Slam Mexico, which was also very good. There were a lot of similarities to that match and this match. But yeah, just the presentation, him coming out, like you said, with the obnoxious American music and his theme song. And then he's got like my man Cruz dressed like Abe Lincoln with the big flag, and he's waving
big hat.
And the big Abe Lincoln hat. It all looks ridiculous. And then, of course, he comes out dressed as Homelander. I thought all of that was great, especially when a lot of people are calling Cody Homelander.
Right.
All this time, and for him to go full on and put on outright a Homelander gear, I thought that was great. The match itself, starting out hot, Max jumped on him straight away, started ripping his mask, busted him open within the first few minutes of the match. Yeah, that visual was so cool, just disgusting looking, but like, just that visual of Místico with his mask ripped open and bleeding and trying to fight from behind the entire match, that added so much to this. Because again, there were similarities to their last match, but I just think that aspect of it made it feel even more dire for him.
Yeah, them starting out with Max ripping the mask, and you could see, like, as soon as Místico got busted open, it was gushing. Like, it's just flowing out of his mask. He keeps like reaching inside of it to see how bad it is, and it's bad. Like, there's blood like everywhere. It's so bad that Max is wearing no, that was the next match for the next night with the all white, even though he was wearing white in this match. But it was super bad that at one point they did an aerial view of the ring and it looks like somebody died. Like, there's blood on almost every inch of the mat. Místico is bleeding everywhere, crowd screaming. Like you said, there's a lot of similarities in this, but I think there was less moves in this. Like, this was such a like old school, like,
yes,
we don't need it wasn't spot foo. It was like, we're gonna use one spot and then do something and then like live it, sell it, let the fans get in. Like, there were so many just like they slow walk the dog in a good way. Like, there was fast moments. Max hits a Fosbury flop. They're just going 100 miles per hour type deal. Místico switches it up. He hits big dives. He hits big things. But then they would just slow it down and kind of get it back to a feel and getting the crowd into it. The blood just enhanced it so much, like you said, though, Phil. I feel like you could do that same match and it would have been great, but making the blood like made it even more exceptional.
Yes. I think you're right on the nose with just like a lot of the old school techniques here to like build anticipation for Místico to do his big moves, because he was fighting from behind the entire match. And so when he was able to get a comeback spot going and hit a big move, it felt even more impactful. And then it was so much of Max just beating down on him and just like trying to stop him from doing all the lucha libre stuff, that worked so well for this match. And I mean, that's part of what made the tables and tax match we'll talk about good as well. But man, this is why Max is so good as a heel, because it's not like him just coming out and having good heel promos. He understands the storytelling in a match and how to work as a heel to get you to care about what the baby face is doing on the other side.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the difference. Is like he works like an old school heel, but he also does new school type stuff. But his whole intention is to make the baby face have the big comeback and to be able to look victorious in the end and not just eat them alive the whole match. They do some stupid roll up and then it was over. By the time Místico gets into his high spots, he starts bouncing off the ropes, he starts doing these springboards. People are going absolutely insane.
Yes.
Because like you said, Max had been eating him up. Every time he tried to get something off, Max will cut him off. He hit that nasty package pile driver on the apron. Oh my God. I've never seen somebody's body splat like that, dude.
Yeah, that looked crazy. When he hit that and some of the stuff on the outside, I was like, is Místico okay? And so, like, the further this went, like, there was no way I thought Místico was actually losing his mask in this match.
Right.
But like I said, the way that Max was beating down on him and the way that this felt like actually dangerous throughout the match, it really kind of sold you on anything could happen. But yeah, I absolutely love this match. Great showing for Místico. He picked up the win here. Great year for him. This ended up being like a great feud for Místico, and that's going to be one of the things. So now when Místico does show up more in AEW and does show up in the States, more people are going to be excited to see him now.
Yeah, this guy, the things that we've seen this year with the crossover in AEW and CMLL, this guy's a big star. Like, they have some big stars over there and there's some great luchadors, but this guy is on a different level. Like, the way that they react to everything that he does, his entrance, his mask, everything that is surrounding him is different than all the other wrestlers. Like, he's another generational style superstar that they just can't get enough of.
Yeah, this crowd loved this guy. And definitely the longer this match went on, that crowd got louder and louder for him. And by the time he won it, it just felt like, man, this was amazing, man. It legitimately one of the best matches of this year. If you have not seen it, go out of your way to watch this match. I believe it's on Triller, so you can still watch the replay on there.
They say that at one point the announcers are like, it's so loud in here, we can't even hear ourselves. Legit, at one point, the crowd is louder than the commentators. They're so loud.
Yeah, that crowd was going crazy. Shout out to Veda Scott. She was on commentary. They had English commentary to go with this as well. What a great match for Místico. Again, shout out to Místico, CMLL. I legitimately think Max was one of the MVPs of this wrestling weekend.
Unbelievable.
Not just this match, but the Mark Briscoe match as well.
Yeah,
what a
back to back.
What a weekend.
These matches, I can't. But they're like totally different styles too, but also violent in different ways. Like, we're gonna get into that, but like, again, like Phil said, they have had Max fucked up for a long time, and they conflate the issues, and the Joker thing makes people act like he didn't have a great run. When we were in San Francisco watching him against Bryan Danielson, when we saw the match against Kenny Omega on Collision, there's so many great moments that he's had that they're not going to take away, because some moments they didn't like.
Yeah, Glizzy sent in chat. This is the first anniversary show that had English commentary. I think that's a great sign for the growth of this company. And
92 years.
Yeah. And you know, I don't think we've seen the last of Max working with CMLL. He's already started hinting to his next thing with CMLL. Andrade was on a Twitter machine, typing away. He's going back and forth with Max. I do think that Andrade is going to make his first stop in CMLL. There's a chance he could go back to AEW, but I do think he's heading to CMLL. And I do think that's probably going to be Max's next big feud in CMLL.
If not, he definitely trying to work himself into that. Well, you saw that they announced, the Crash announced that Andrade is going to be working one of the early October shows. I think it's like October 3rd. So he doesn't have he doesn't have
no non-compete, huh?
No non-compete. Crash announced that he's going to pull up on October 3rd to wrestle Big Andrade.
Andrade got out of that contract and has a non-compete. I suppose we should also update people on Andrade news. SRS broke the news last week on our podcast that Andrade was no longer with WWE. That led to more details coming out within the next few days about what happened with Andrade. I initially thought maybe he asked for his release, but seems like they released him. There was some word about a potential wellness violation. I don't know how much truth there is to that. There's conflicting reports about that. And the thing with the wellness violation that I've seen people say it could have been not just that he failed it because, you know, there was drug usage. There could be that he just didn't do it. He didn't show up for his exams, or he didn't show up for certain things. So he just is being reprimanded for that. A lot of this sounds crazy. Like there's this report that he no-showed them for a few weeks, and that was like the last straw. And
he ghosted them.
Yeah. And so that was the last straw, it seems, that headed to that. There's also the rumor that he wasn't thrilled about working with AAA because of some past dealings with them. I don't know how much of that is true, but there's a lot around this to digest. I mean, just the fact that he's no longer there, and just how abruptly this happened. I don't know what to make of this.
The things kept coming out. Then the story came out that apparently WWE had buyer's remorse. They thought they were getting a different Andrade. They thought that this was going to be like Cody and like Punk, and he was going to come in with this fire from AEW and kind of reinvigorate his career. And it wasn't that. And apparently they didn't like how his English was coming along, and they wanted to present him a certain way. So things were not working out on both sides. And I feel like Andrade probably went over there and they started making this AAA deal. And he was like, oh shit, I don't know if this is going to work out. Then they're bringing in all these other luchadors and putting them on and doing all this. And he probably was like, well, what about me? You know what I mean? So I can understand from both sides.
Yeah, it very much felt like there was some personal stuff with him as well. He was trying to sort out. Of course, that's one of the elephants in the room with this, that, you know, he was also going through a divorce and stuff in the midst of this. And so I don't know how much that affected, like, you know, some of the relationships over there and some of his motivation. I do think it's kind of unfair to compare him to some of the other AEW signings and go, oh, well, he didn't come over here and immediately get the same reception of these guys. You're talking about big stars like Cody Rhodes and CM Punk, and it's a bit different. And then you also immediately diluted what made him special. You should have. I don't understand why they didn't put him back with like a manager or something when he got back over there, because you already know the situation with his English. But then you bring in all of these new toys. You bring in Ray Phoenix. You bring in Penta, and then you sign a whole promotion of luchadors, and it's like, well, people aren't reacting to him the way we want them to, but you haven't given people a reason to.
Right.
You haven't really given them anything that really gave people reason to care. Like,
and then every time they would put him in a situation, he would kill it. Like every time he would have a match on SmackDown, people would come out of SmackDown being like, I love that Andrade match. So it's like, you know what it takes to get this guy over. They didn't give him the tools to do it though.
People started liking the tag team with Ray Phoenix.
Yep.
So I don't know. I think that there's more to this than meets the eye on both sides. But seems like he's out and about doing what he wants to do. Like I said, he was going back with Max. Max threw some very pointed shots at him when Max was like, look, I will boot you off the face of the earth faster than Charlotte booted you out of your house. I was like, all right, guys.
We are shooting from the hip, brother.
All right.
Do you think Teflon Donna had anything to do with this? Do you think she was like, get this motherfucker the fuck out of here?
No, I of course don't want to play into this idea that you know she politicked to get him gone. No. We don't have any evidence of that, and I don't think people should speculate that. That's not really fair to Charlotte.
0%. I hope that it all works out for Andrade. Like having having this on your back, on your head as whatever, because there's so many stories came out of this of him not being whatever, and the locker room feeling however, and the office feeling however. You don't want to. I mean, it doesn't matter in wrestling these days. You don't want to be that person, but nobody gives a fuck. Especially luchadors, they'll find a way to do it. I kind of respect whatever he's doing. I hope it's not drugs or anything crazy related, and I hope he gets to figure his shit out, because he is one of the most talented wrestlers that there is, and if he's given the opportunity, he can fucking kill it. Like, moving forward, he could still be a big star here, anywhere.
Yeah, very curious to see where he shows up next. It definitely seems like CMLL is going to be the next big destination for him. And very excited to see how that pans out for him. I know that like there was some anticipation for him to work with CMLL before he left AEW, so you know, hopefully this works out for him. Very talented guy, so hopefully this doesn't turn into this guy. You know how he is.
Yeah. You don't want to become Del Rio, brother.
Yeah. But I look, I've made my feelings very much well known. Come on back to AEW, dog.
I mean, you manifested this last week. You did.
Come on back. I would be all for him being in the Continental Classic this year, man. Now that we know he don't have a non-compete to, man, get this done before November, man. Let's lock this up
immediately in there. I'm just like, we haven't heard too many AEW backstage stuff, so I hope everything's fine. He's had some drama with a couple of people back there, so I hope it's all good. But beyond that, just get to the graps.
Roosh was doing some tweeting that seemed like he was alluding to things, so it's like
definitely. I'm like, they about to jump Sammy out of this group, dog. That's fucked up. Why Sammy got to be the one, man? Damn. Tough one.
Yeah. It could lead to some fun stuff, though, with LFI and like potentially bringing Andrade back in. I think that could be some great on-screen stuff they could do. So I don't know. But yeah. Speaking of AEW, big show this weekend. AEW All Out moved the start time too early in the day. I think that ultimately worked out for them.
Yes, sir.
I think because it separated them and they were allowed to continue to run their race, put on a good show, and they didn't have to go head to head with WWE. The news cycle is still going to be what the news cycle is around this, because it's WWE and a massive entity like ESPN. But I still think AEW came away and had a great showing.
They did. Yeah, I think it was around all the talk of moving times and what that represents. I think it totally worked out for them. They had the focus for most of the time on their show. It wasn't too many distractions. They could just do their thing without thinking we're being counter programmed right now at this moment. They could just get to their show and do it. And I think they put on a very strong show, considering, Phil, we lost some big stars coming into this. There's no Swerve, there's no Ospreay, there's no Kenny, like no Dakota. There's like some big major pieces that were just here a few weeks ago for Forbidden Door are now gone, and we have to try to move forward. I think they did a lot of great things for the future. They brought back some pieces here, and they shocked me very huge in one moment here that we're going to get into.
I did not watch the pre-show. We got let's see, about 4 matches on the pre-show. The Ops, the team of Samoa Joe and Powerhouse Hobbs, took on the Workhorsemen in the tag team match to start the pre-show. They picked up the win, of course, on the Workhorsemen. Dan Garcia debuted his new theme music in his match with Katsuyori Shibata.
That match was tight.
He also picked up the win. Got a trios match with the team of Hologram and Kyle O'Reilly, Roderick Strong, taking on the Frat House. Of course, Hologram and the boys picked up the win. And then we got the big 8-women tornado tailgate brawl. I saw some of the clips from this. I might go back and watch this. I just didn't make time to watch the pre-show, but looks like the baby faces won. Harley Cameron, Mina Shirakawa, Queen Amanada, and of course, Willow Nightingale took on the team of Megan Bain, Penelope Ford, and Julia Hart, Sky Blue.
Yeah, I watched a bit of the pre-show. The best parts are probably like in the Ops and Workhorseman match. Hobbs did this bit. He might have done it before where he does a lot of body slams. He ended up body slamming Anthony Henry like 10 times in a row. And so the crowd was like going crazy. I'm like, when you can get over on legit day one wrestling school moves, and like that's a big deal, like that means something. Anthony Henry, good to see him back. He had injured his knee, I believe it was, very gruesomely. So seeing him back in there was great. He was tearing it up in there with Samoa Joe and the big homie Daniel Garcia. I'm a big fan of his new theme. I think it fits him in the Death Riders. I think he looks great in there. The match with Shibata was really good. Like his new kind of attitude, it works for what Daniel Garcia is trying to be. Him adding the curb stomp to his arsenal, super dope stuff.
I'm here for it. I like the music. I liked his entrance. I like that he's changed his gear. He's gone with the fight trunks and like the hoodie and the do-rag. I'm in. I like it.
They do have to address him and Yuta though. I see that they're not next to each other for a lot of this. They got to talk about this.
I said this elsewhere, but I think one of Brodito's next upcoming challengers should be Dan Garcia and Wheeler Yuta as a tag team.
I'm liking this.
It does, based on one of the results we got on the show. I do think they're setting up another tag match that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, we started the show with a lot of Canadian references that I didn't understand.
I didn't get it.
I was like, and the crowd were popping big for him. I was like,
they loved it.
I don't know what any of this means. But Christian and Cope took on the team of FTR. A lot of fanfare went into this. Dax took a gnarly microphone to the face on Wednesday, and he was gushing blood. I don't think anybody's surprised. He had a broken nose.
You can see when the shot happened on Wednesday, like, oh, there was some sauce on that one. That was a little extra. And immediately he's gushed on the show. So I was like, oh, he has a broken nose. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that looked crazy. I thought that the stuff on Wednesday in particular really sold me on this feud.
Yeah.
The match itself, I thought it was good. I thought it was an okay start to the show. But it came off one of those matches that was just fine. But it feels like they have more in the tank. This is just kind of like the start to this feud, and I'm fine with that. I think as something to put in front of the Toronto crowd and give them the feel good win of CNC picking up the win. I liked it for what it was.
Yeah, it felt like a really perfect way to kind of start the show. Like you said, those references, there's some Trailer Park Boys stuff that I was like, I don't know what this is. But the crowd is super hot for Edge's entrance or Cope's entrance and him teaming up a Christian and them doing some of their signature spots and them getting to that. Them doing some other people's signature spots, Philip Lindsey.
Yeah, we got Cena doing the spear in some of his matches leading up to this. And so Copeland returned the favor in this match. He did the 5-knuckle shuffle and then an attitude adjustment. I thought that was a nice moment. I thought the moment of both Christian and Cope using each other's finishers was also dope. There was a lot of stuff in this that I did like. It just felt like it didn't really hit that second gear that I would have hoped that it would. But again, this feels like there's more matches on the way, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it didn't hit that FTR next gear when they get into that desperation and both teams are fighting. But this felt like a good appetizer for what was to come. And I think what happened here with the end of the match and the surprise debut is going to really enhance the next match.
Yeah, agreed. FDR is just, they're on a great tear as a team. They're so much better as heels. I thought the way that they worked in this match was really, really great. The Shatter Machine and stuff they hit at one point, great stuff. Yeah, we got the big moment to start the show. Beth Copeland making her debut with AEW. As soon as Cope showed up in AEW, I was like, hey, your wife still like wrestling? Because there's a lot of wrestlers over there that I would like to see Beth wrestle. And so the second she showed up, I was like, let's get to it. get the Statlander match. Let's get the Athena match. Let's get to all of the big matches. Like
Megan Bain, like there's so many people back there I want to see you against.
And there is a cool aspect to this, that this was like one of the big wrestling weekends of the year, and two of the wrestlers from the Divas era are like fixtures in that. That was really cool to see for both Beth and AJ. But yeah, as soon as she came out, I was like, yeah, I'm back to my agenda, guys. Beth versus Chris Statlander. Get to it as soon as possible. I don't know who I have to bug to make this happen, but please make this happen.
Good timing too for what happens later in the show. Yeah, that was super unexpected. Like I knew there was always an opportunity for Beth to come in just because Cope is here, and like eventually, if she still, like you said, likes wrestling, you definitely should give her a shot, because there's so many people, so many women's wrestlers back there that will love the opportunity to get in the ring with you, or do any kind of, or just learn from you, any type of thing that Beth is going to bring to the company. I think is going to enhance it. I didn't expect it here, her coming in chasing off Stokely. I thought was hilarious. That kind of fit perfectly of carrying him off. The pop for her when they finally figured out, because it's not her theme from WWE, so it's kind of a Mikey Ruckus type deal. Then it pops up on the screen and everybody's like, oh shit, and she comes down. Big fanfare. But I think what FTR did to her and catching her, they got Cope in the corner, handcuffed to the ropes. Christian's out. They give Beth the spike pile driver. Looks fun. They run out of there fast as hell. I'm like, this is like old school 1985 tag team wrestling with some angles that you would see back in the day. And I loved it.
Yeah. Cope really likes this angle. He's done this a few times now of his wife being attacked by somebody, and he's just like, no, leave her alone. And he's like chained to something, like get off her. He's done this quite a few times, but I thought it worked here. I thought it added another notch to this feud. It added more to make this a bitter rivalry. Big shout out to Dax. What a trooper, coming in and wrestling this match after breaking his nose on Wednesday. And man, he sold all of Beth's offense.
He did.
Like a maniac. That was great. It felt like the two of them had to put her away, which I think that went a long way for her, so that when you do bring her back and put her in matches, that's going to be a big deal. Athena's already been like, that's my dream match. So feels like if there is not a contract for her, what are we waiting on? Come on.
Athena didn't care about nothing. She didn't care about the rest of the show. She saw Beth and was like, give me the match. That's all I care about. This is my dream match. Book it right now. Book that shit for Wednesday. We don't care. We don't have to sell the angle. Now, definitely sell the angle, but we want that match. There's a bunch of matches like Phil and I described that Beth would be amazing in.
Yeah, no, there's literally a list of them. Like, let's get pen to paper and let's make this happen. Eddie Kingston made his return in the 10 Toes Down Wheat Tim's Invitational against Big Bill. I have my issues with the way we got here. I know that we're trying to make it feel like a big moment of Eddie having the match here and not showing up on TV. I think that Eddie should have at least had a promo on TV or in front of a live crowd before this. And given the way this match went, I kind of wish he had a match before this, because he did show quite a bit of rust.
He did.
And I thought Big Bill, for the most part, looked good. I could see why Eddie wanted the match with Big Bill if that was his choice. Because I thought that this did a lot for Big Bill. He looked great, but I don't know that this needed to be a pay-per-view match.
Yeah, this was not a pay-per-view match. And I think I kind of understand both sides, because with Eddie's rust, you don't want to bring him back immediately into like the world title thing or like into like a big feud or an angle. You want to come back and let him knock some of that ring rust off. It's been 16 months, Phil. It's a long time.
It's a long time. And he had a gnarly injury, bro.
Nasty as you can get with your leg. Training in a ring compared to there's fucking 13,000 people out here. It's a big moment. We're wrestling on a pay-per-view show. Two completely things. So even if two completely different things, even if they had this all down in the back, you get their nerves. You're figuring out what your space is. Eddie doesn't know how he wants to work moving forward. And he's trying to figure these things out. So these are things you don't want to be figuring out on pay-per-view, I think is the thing, Phil, like you're saying. Like this would have been better to see on Dynamite, seeing Eddie back, him coming with the promo, all the things that kind of make us love Eddie. We didn't get that first because it was kind of like coming back off vibes, because I've seen a lot of people being like, oh, Eddie Kingston might be washed, or Eddie Kingston blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, the thing that makes Eddie Kingston great was here, and there's just more that needs to be enhanced. He never was a 5,000 miles per hour wrestler. He never was all that. He worked exactly how Eddie Kingston usually worked. There's a couple of miscommunications, but that's just kind of the game. He's been out for 16 months.
Yeah, that clip was going around of Mox and Eddie making their entrance at Double or Nothing in the Daily's place, and I believe that was like AEW's first big live crowd after the pandemic, and like just that visual of them like walking around in a crowd, and Eddie is swinging around the Young Buck shoes, tribal thief, before it was cool to be a tribal thief. And man, just the vibe of it was just that atmosphere in there, and just like Eddie and Mox together, and Eddie is like hyped up for this crowd. Like it just was different, and I think it would have gone differently if we had more going into this pay-per-view, because Big Bill did really most of the heavy lifting to build towards this match on TV.
He did.
And I just think we could have got at least one Eddie promo. I think it would have changed things, even if it was just like a video package with him doing a promo, something.
Like the cameras with him at his physical therapy, or showing him in the ring. Like the draw of Eddie Kingston is when he talks and he sells that everything he has is in this next match, and he has to do this to Big Bill because he has to support his family. When you get into that, that's what makes a match mean more. If you just announce matches, and I like it, Phil, I think like one of the matches on this show was that Mercedes and Rio. Like you could just announce a match and it's going to be great, but some people that are not sickos are going to need more to really get fully invested into the matches.
The finish also wasn't great, which which is fine, but I don't think this needed to be a pay-per-view match.
That's fine. I like them announcing that Eddie's going to be back and he's blah, 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 but I would have worked it a little bit different, considering.
Yeah, I would probably have handled it different. We got Mark Briscoe taking on MJF in a tables and tacks match. This was, I did not know what to expect of the stipulation, but I did enjoy this match quite a bit. Again, I do think that MJF was one of the MVPs of this weekend.
Yes, sir.
Started with Mark Briscoe pouring buckets upon buckets of tacks in the ring. It was just like him at one point just walking around in a circle, pouring these tacks endlessly on the ground. And MJF gets in the ring and he's just like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? And so, man, brilliant way to do something different with tacks, because we see tacks used so much in death matches and these hardcore style matches that it feels very cliche at this point. And when you're building a stipulation around the tacks and tables, it's like, okay, what are they going to do with tacks in this match that we've never seen before?
Right.
But, I was genius to straight away put all the tacks on the ground and then build anticipation for the first bump onto the tacks. And so you kind of did a similar thing that you did with the Místico and Max match, where Max immediately took the advantage and he started, raking Mark's face into the tacks and like slamming him around. And so when he finally get slammed into the attacks himself and he gets come up and the crowd reacts to you short.
Yeah, this was another old school style match. Max did them back to back of like, it wasn't a spot foo, it was building to the moments. When Mark Briscoe, like you said, Phil, when they announced this match, I was like, what does that mean? Tacks and tables, like we've seen a million tacks, we've seen a million tables. What could you really mean? And then Mark Briscoe's like, in the promo, there's going to be a lot of text. I'm like, you've heard wrestlers say that before, but are there really? Then
He was lying.
Like, yeah, I'm like, oh, goddamn, there's a lot of text in the ring, dog. The entire mat is covered in text. And so when Max attacks him and he hits that Alabama slam, and Mark was like, you know what? Stop this match. Like, I don't. Doing an Alabama slam on a regular mat is intense. It's one of the hardest bumps in wrestling. It hurts. Doing it with tacks and Mark Briscoe's bald head is absorbing all the tacks. I was like, this is disgusting, dude. And then Max starts raking him, like you said, against the tacks. I was like, this is kind of a nasty a match. And like I was describing earlier, Max is wearing all white. So at one point, Mark Briscoe's bloody. There's blood everywhere. He had Max locked up, or he had Mark locked up between his legs. So eventually, his white pants are covered in blood. Very disgusting looking visual for Max. And people started getting their bits off, but the match was too intense for anybody to care about that. Them slowly building to the big bumps, the big froggy bow through the table, them utilizing the tables in those way, I think were great. Max working the heel thing of like trying not to totally utilize the weapons because he know they'd be better of him getting in the tax or better of Mark utilizing it and trying to go against the stipulation, but also at the same time using that stipulation to punish Mark Briscoe and hitting him with that big Alabama slam, a back body drop, and all these kind of nasty spots. I thought this was one of the best matches of the show, honestly.
Yeah, very well executed match. Great storytelling throughout this match. MJF, like you said, utilizing the stipulation when he felt like it, but then because these kind of matches have been such a big part of wrestling now, especially with AEW, and Max understands, all right, the crowd wants to see violence and they want to see me go through like a table or something stupid. So I'm not doing nothing. Oh, this table, I'm putting this right back under the ring. I'm throwing this away. Like, I'm not giving you guys anything you want, which is a very heel thing to do. So when we do get the actual big spots, they're more impactful. They hit harder. The big froggy bow through the table was crazy. I thought the finish to this was really good.
Yeah.
Big surprise win for Mark Briscoe. I did not think that Max would lose back-to-back matches.
Nope.
But Mark really needed this win. He's lost so many of these big pay-per-view matches. I really thought coming in, this was going to go the same way as the Ricochet match where, you know, he had this heated feud and then Ricochet ended up picking up the win coming out of it. But then Mark Briscoe is kind of Teflon because people love this guy. So I thought, yeah, you know, Max is probably going to win, but, you know, they'll probably push the Mark win down the road. I'm glad that I was wrong about that because Mark needed this win.
I think there needs to be like, if you invoke Jay's name, if you bring that up in the feud to this, you got to give Mark a victory in one of these things because it looked crazy if you're talking crazy about his brother and his family and then beating him at the end. So I love that element of Max just talked too much shit and Mark came through and showed him, and especially like utilizing, he just had a match last night. He's kind of fucked up off of the Místico stuff. So I'm going to capitalize on that and get this victory. Well earned for Mark Briscoe. I think that there needs to be more high profile victories like that because he, like you said, he's Teflon. The fans love him. He's earned one of those spots of AEW fans are going to love this guy forever, I think.
Yes. And just what he represents to a lot of wrestling fans, even before he came to AEW, he definitely represents like that blue collar guy. And so, of course, Max coming out as being like a white collar guy and having the all white on, that worked very well here. And then to your point of him, you know, saying way too much about Jay in the build to this. And that way it felt even more cathartic when Mark wins with the J Driller at the end. I thought that was the perfect finish for this. I like this way more than I expected to.
Me too. The thumbtacks were disgusting. The picture that Bryce posted with the gazillion thumbtacks in his boots, I'm like, that was ridiculous, you guys. But yeah, I love the kind of, because there was a variety on the show. It's different than all the other matches. It wasn't 1,000 miles per hour. It was very old school worked, and added on to Max being the MVP of this weekend. Incredible performance by the guy.
Yes. I thought that the show really picked up with the trios match. The newly Christian, the Demand, Ricochet and Gates of Agony came out with their one-piece Admiral jackets on. Very funny to take on the Hurt Syndicate team of Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin, and of course MVP. It will never get old to me watching these big men throw people around. It just works. Hurt Syndicate comes out to their theme song. The theme song is still over, and then they just like toss people around. And bro, every time, like Shelton Benjamin is on my list of all-time favorite wrestlers. Like I think like his early WWE run and just stuff like greatest tag team ever and like the Team Angle stuff, like his singles run that he went on. I've always been a big Shelton guy. Seeing him still wrestle at this level has been so much fun. And God, his super kicks, like his suplexes in this match, he's so good, man.
The way that he be flipping Ricochet, Phil, was like just like this. Oh, Ricochet's over here. I'm gonna flip him like that. It's like you shouldn't be able to flip a guy like this. And like you said, the super kicks are crazy on points. The moments of Khan and Toa with both Lashley and Shelton are like, this is what it should be all about. Just get some big meaty men, like they say, is cliche, to just throw leather against each other. These guys all in there, just moments of Toa's tossing somebody, Lashley's tossing somebody, Khan's punching somebody, Shelton, just like so many of those moments where those aspects are great. And then MVP's in there, like we were talking about earlier, with his working boots on. He didn't look like, I'm MVP, the manager. This is going to be this one-off match where I play this like swarmy guy trying to get my moments. Like he's like, no, I'm a part of this. I'm throwing fulls too. You're seeing some of my signature moves. He looked confident. He looked good in there. Like I was excited to see, like they said earlier, Unk in this match.
Yeah. Ricochet was bumping like crazy in this thing.
Unreal.
I hate how people had Ricochet fucked up.
It's crazy.
He's so good as well. Just like knowing when to get his flippy stuff in and do like this unworldly athletic stuff, and then he can also get like his comedy stuff in. He still does these like hilarious sells. Like the way he just like falls out sometimes, or like the way he had to be like dragged out of the ring like he's dead. Fucking hilarious, man. The guy is really, really funny to me.
And then he still can flip better than anybody. Like he's still like, you see all the other high flyers and you're like, oh, Ricochet can do all that, but he doesn't because that's not a part of his character now. It's crazy.
Just tremendous talent, man. Being able to take that and add that to this heel persona where, you know, he still does very crowd pleasing offense, but he's managed to do all these other things that work with this character. The way that he squealed when he got that like back body drop. What a guy. Man. Toa Leona, bro. Like the match he had on Wednesday, bro.
Yes.
That was great. Khan looks like $1 million. Like these two guys together, like they got to figure it out with these two guys as a tag team or singles wrestler because they're so good.
Trios.
Like something, they're just so good. And like you said, those guys throwing leather in this match, that hit very well. MVP, they definitely tried to spotlight this as, okay, he's been our mouthpiece all this time, but he can still wrestle if we need him to. And man, he, you know, this was all of the greatest hits for him. He had all his big moves. Balling, of course. He looked great. That punch he threw Wednesday, bro. That punch he threw at Ricochet Wednesday, and then slammed him into the barricade. I was like, "Yo, wait!"
Now that punch was like, I've been waiting. Like there was something behind it. Like it was some sauce on that too.
Yeah, that was wild. But yeah, he was really great here. But I thought the whole purpose of this was to put him in here and show, yeah, he can still wrestle. He still looks good, but he is, like, for the lack of better words, the wink link of this trio. And so I do very much buy the reports. There's going to be a fourth member. I thought that the whole story to this and the demand picking up the win here to set up more to come from this feud. And man, based on this match, cannot wait for this. I legitimately think this is Hurt Syndicate's best match with the company by far.
Great. Yep.
This was a lot of fun, man. And man, if we're getting more of these kind of trios matches between these two teams, can't wait for that.
Yeah, I think the addition of Gates of Agony with Ricochet then becoming Demand, perfect pairing. I think everybody has been great. Toa has been excelling and shining, standing next to Ricochet and just looking like a fucking maniac. Him in there with Lashley is just like money. Seeing the one-on-one and seeing this was like, okay, these guys have chemistry. People want to see this. When they ended up taking, when Gates and Lashley and Shelton were all taken out at the end, and you just are like, this could go on for a while. They could have feuded for the championships. I hated that when they were the tag team champions, that the match was kind of just the Hurt Syndicate throttling Gates of Agony because they have so much, and we saw it here. I don't know what they're doing with Ricochet. Like, I think he could be an opponent for Hangman going in here eventually. But this trios thing could also be trios champions. Like, I think there's a lot of movement for that team.
I would mind Toa and Khan winning the tag titles off of Brodito. I think that they're a great tag team, and they've been long overdue, like an actual run with those belts.
Definitely.
So I would mind going that route with it. I do think that Ricochet should eventually challenge Hangman. Which, speaking of, Bobby was great in this match, but the more and more I watch them, Bobby is not a tag team wrestler, and it's not that Bobby doesn't fit here because he can't fit in the confines of a tag team. I feel like he's shrinking himself to fit in the confines.
He's just bigger than a tag team. That's all.
He feels like a big star next to these guys. He's the biggest guy in that ring. He just feels special, and I don't know that it will hurt. I don't know how we get there. I don't know that it would hurt putting a world title on this guy because he's just so special, man. It's something to him. I don't think that he has scratched the surface as a singles wrestler with this company yet. And I'm not saying he should be Hangman. But if you want to put like the unified belt on him somewhere down the line, something, I think you've got to take the gamble because you've got such a special talent in this guy. And there's not a bunch of guys in that company that match up that well up against him. And setting him up as this big monster heel champion could really work for you.
Definitely. I think they have to see what they have in him as a heel. They have to let him not a heel, as a single star. They have to really let him go for it. Cause I think, like you said, he has aura when he's in the tag match. He feels different. Like everybody's a big star in this, but he's like a superstar. He feels like a big, what he looks like, how he moves, like everything about him is like, oh, this is like a world champion style guy.
This is a big world champion / prize fighter guy. That's what he should be doing.
Yeah. And I think if he could immediately be slotted, like if Tony announced on Dynamite, oh, we're doing a tournament to crown the next number one contender. If he won that, people would believe it so much. And I think he could do it as a heel and a face just because of what he fucking looks like.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I love this match. Some of the stuff in the first half of the show, I don't think really got over as well as I would have liked it to.
It started out a little slow.
Yeah, the show didn't start great, but I thought that it really kicked into another gear with this, and then it didn't really let up after this match. I thought afterwards, like the second half of the show was really good.
Hot.
We got Mercedes Moné taking on Riho for the AEW TBS Championship. Mercedes keeps trying to find interesting ways to come out there and have other people hold all her belts. That was funny. Riho coming into this match, a lot of people were talking about her rush from her match last week. I thought she looked a lot better this week in the Renegade match with Robin. There was none of that in this match, though. I thought she looked great. I thought
Zero rust.
I thought there was a concerted effort from Mercedes to make her look really, really good. Of course, coming into this was one of the matches that Mercedes wanted coming into the company. This was one of the first big interactions with like a AEW wrestler. This was one of those things also on this show that felt like, man, 2025 has really been the year of day one AEW fans eating good again, having Rio back in the mix and wrestling, like Hangman being champion and some of the other stuff happening on the show. I'm like, God, day one AEW fans are eating real well.
Yeah. This match was, if this was on any other card, this would have been the best match of the show. This match was so fucking good. And this is the moment that I hated that Canadian crowd the most, because they did not give these women what they deserve, dog. They were cooking, Phil. At one point, they started exchanging head dropping suplexes, and I was like, wait a second, we are locked into something else. Rio's confidence in this, I don't think I've ever seen her this confident. At the beginning of the match, she looked like there wasn't anything in the world that could fucking stop her. When she started going with the double stomps off the apron, double stomp off the announce desk, and she was just like, her look of like, I'm winning this match. I don't give a fuck that Mercedes is here. I was like, yo, Rio's locked in, dog.
Yeah, no, they had Rio a little fucked up. Her confidence during the entrance really showed. Like there was certain moves she was hitting when she hit the stomp on the outside and then stood up on the desk and put her finger up. I was like, oh, yo, all right. She hit the CEO dance. I was like, nah, listen, come on. But I also think that Mercedes in there with Joshi wrestlers, bro.
Mercedes, that's it.
When
that's all it is.
That drop kick she hit that looked like I was like, bro, hold on. Is she okay? Like the way that she's like Rio slammed to the ground afterwards, I was like, oh my God. Like some of the contortions and stuff Rio was hitting in this match also, like to set up like the single crabs and stuff. The big crossbody she does that always looks incredible.
Mercedes too, though, like you said, her with Joshi wrestlers, that meteora that she hit, that perfect meteora on the outside that she hit. And when she gets into like, oh, I can do strong style too, I'll drop you on your fucking head. Yo, I'm telling you, this match right here, when they got into Mercedes is in this run has been really good at counter wrestling. She gets locked into this, like, I can figure out, like, I'm going to do one step better than you to win this match. And I'm going to figure out all the ways to try to counter your shit. When she gets locked into, I'm the champion and this is all mine, there's not a better wrestler than her.
Yeah, no, this match was really, really good. Like you said, if this was any other card, this probably would have been match of the night. Still one of the best matches of this weekend.
So good.
Mercedes just does not have bad pay-per-view matches anymore. She had a run right after All Out last year where she just has not missed. And this is yet another banger to add to that list of great matches.
She has not had a bad match since the Doctor. That's crazy. An entire year of not bad matches. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, she has been really cooking. Really, man, again, really happy to see Rio back in the mix and having big matches. Hopefully they've got more for Rio coming out of this. I like that they've been doing this stuff with Mercedes as TBS champion, where it's just kind of like the challenger of the month thing, just set up the match, and then we'll find out, like, how is Mercedes going to work her way out of this? Like, she always makes the other wrestler look good, and then, like, she narrowly escapes with her belt. I'm ready for them to move on from this TBS title run.
Yeah, that's it.
And I don't think it's that she's doing anything bad. I think that the run has served.
Matches are fire.
Yeah, I think the matches are fire. I think it served its purpose. There's kind of a logjam with the mid card for the women, and that's also why I hope they're announcing tag titles. But I just think she's outgrown this belt, and I think it's time to put her in more storylines.
That's it.
Like, she's had so many great matches. We know that this is what she does well. We know that she can do great matches with anybody they put her in there with. But I'm ready for them to give her like a storyline and like some feuds to really sink her teeth into.
I think because that's the distinction between her and Tony's run. Like when you look at what it is, Tony has the strong stories, Tony has the strong promos, Tony has the strong angles going into all the matches, so they feel more important. I think that's part of the reason that I was mad at the Canadian crowds, and I could get mad at some of the crowds when they comes to Mercedes, is because most of the stuff is like this. It's like, we're sickos, Phil. So when they announce Mercedes and Rio, we're like, oh shit, that's gonna cook. Like, you don't need a lot to sell us on why that's gonna be fire. But a lot of people want stories. They want these one-on-one in-ring promos. They want backstage segments. They want all the things that get you invested into the match. And a lot of the times in Mercedes moments, we haven't gotten that. And that's all we want. So we feel like if she is in the AEW Women's World Title division, that it'll just mean more if she's challenging or chasing, or her importance will just be a little bit bigger. And I think that there's so many women, like you said, there's a logjam of like Sky and Thekla and Willow and all these women that the TBS title, if it was a little bit more accessible, or you felt like other people were going to win it, I think it'll represent more in the company.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, excellent match.
Fire.
Yeah, both of them just really showed up. Then we got match of the night for me, probably match of the entire weekend. Kazuchika Okada taking on Konosuke Takeshita and Mascara Dorado. Dorada stole the show in this
easily.
Match. Stole the show probably in this entire pay-per-view. He was incredible throughout this match. He started hot, and it felt like, okay, again, it was one of those things where it was so smart to try to get to the point where what fans came to see. The fans came to see Takeshita versus Okada.
Right.
It felt like, okay, well, here's some Dorada as a side dish. Here's a garnish of Dorada. And everybody was like, well, Dorada's going to eat this pin. Dorada came in like, all right, hold on a second. And like, bro, he was going crazy at the beginning of this match when Takeshita finally had to like shut him down outside the ring to try to get to Okada. And that was kind of the thing throughout this match, where every time they kept having their interactions, he kept jumping back in the fray. And Takeshita was like, look, get out of here.
I had one purpose, to come in this match and fuck Okada up. And every time we start to square up, here you come with a Hurricane Rana off the damn top rope. The way that Dorada came out the gate with that hot lucha shit, I don't know if I've ever seen a 100% lucha performance like Dorada put on in this triple threat match. Everything was on point. It was like he had been doing this forever. Every Hurricane Rana hit, every arm drag hit, every dive hit, like everything was like he was wrestling on 100. He got the fucking Mario, like he was just going ham, dog. Like there was nothing he could do wrong in this match. And that element that you talked about of Okada trying to be like, hold on, stop. And Takeshita being like, I gotta knock this fool the fuck out so I could square up with Okada, just added to such a great match. Okada is still Okada. Like another got him fucked up wrestler. They talked a lot of shit. They call him lazy. They call him all these things. He's had a bunch of great matches. This match right here, when he turns into, I'm Okada, what are you peasants doing in the ring with me? I'm just going to drop kick your fucking face off. When he turns into that guy, it's crazy. And Takeshita in here like, I'm sick of Dorada. I'm sick of everybody saying that this match is Okada's to win. We're just going to eat pins and I'm going to knock everybody's heads off. Like all those elements together made for, like you said, the match of the night.
Yeah, we've got basically a year-long build to Takeshita having tension with this guy from last year's Fatal 4-Way at All Out, and then getting into this match and like him kind of showing back up like Hove when he showed to the Rockefeller building and Cam is there like, wait a minute, what is he doing here? And so, yeah, more and more throughout this match of Takeshita having to basically try to kill Dorada to get him out of the way. And then we get like these small sample servings of what a Takeshita and Okada match could look like. I'm ready. Every time like they had any kind of back and forths in this match, it was great. Okada still has the best drop kick in wrestling. Just how precise it looks, like the way it looks like he like floats in air when he does it, just like the fact that he can hit it so sudden, just amazing.
It's sudden, but you know it's coming. That's what makes it so good. It's like Okada's about to drop kick right now, but his opponent does not know, and then he hits it, and it's perfect, and it's right in their mouth, and you're like, holy shit, this guy is Okada. He's the best big match wrestler that we've had in a long time.
Yeah. Of course, we got like Dorada's innovative offense here. Like some of the stuff he was doing was like insane, but man, still Takeshita, he's still hitting the great German. Some of the counters he was hitting was great. Like some of the like deadlift moves he was doing were just like this guy, man.
The last ride that he hit on Dorada and almost drove him through the fucking mat,
bro. But like you said, Okada still being the master of waiting for you to make a mistake and then capitalizing on it at the perfect time. He does it every time. He'll sit and let you get comfortable and think, oh, well, I got a chance of winning this match. And then he'll turn around and go, wait a minute. You sure? So getting all the way to the closing stretch of this match, and Takeshita gets the rod out of the way, like counters out of that Rainmaker, and then he takes one more run off the ropes that he probably should have, and that sets him up to get hit. And then Okada turns right around, hits Dorada with the Rainmaker. One,
gets
2, 3,
out of there.
Gets the win, and gets out of there. You don't have the visual pin of Okada beating Takeshita. You have him sneakily waiting for him to make a mistake and capitalizing it on Dorada and getting out of there. Very, very well done. The one-on-one match here is going to be godly. The babyface turn for Takeshita is going to hit.
It's happening.
It is going to hit hard. Like, I cannot wait till we get that. And I do think this guy is going to be IWGP World Heavyweight Champion by the end of this year.
That was my next question. Do you think they do the one-on-one with him as the champion? Because Okada, even if it's not for the belt, challenging the IWGP champion sounds crazy. And that added element to this match of them both being champions and what epic thing that's going to lead to is insane.
Yeah, I believe the match coming up with Zack Sabre is in October. I very selfishly would like Takeshita to win this belt and Okada to challenge him at World's End, because it would be here in the Mecca of Pro Wrestling, Chicago, Illinois.
I thought you just wanted a good match. You're being selfish because you get to be there live.
Selfishly would like for it to happen here.
Tired of y'all.
But I do think that Takeshita is winning that belt. I do think that Takeshita is going to walk into the Tokyo Dome as champion.
Agreed. And
just based off the way that they handled Tsuji's exit from the G1, I would not be shocked if Tsuji is going to be his challenger.
That's coming up a couple weeks here. Takeshita challenging for that belt. So, we'll see.
But yeah, what a incredible match. All three of these guys, like
fire.
Incredible. I mean, the fact that Dorada managed to steal the show in there with two of the best wrestlers in the world right now, two like big wrestlers that have wrestled in the Tokyo Dome, have had like these big moments, and like I said, Dorada felt like, man, he was incredible. Like, I cannot overstate how good he was.
And Phil, we might have to have a conversation about AEW and their triple threat matches, because they might be the industry leader at this point. Because when they put together a big triple threat match with top players, it hits every time. Yeah.
Match of the night, though.
Yes.
Jon Moxley took on Darby Allin in a coffin match. I was curious to see what Darby was going to do in this coffin match, because I wasn't sure he was going to do something absolutely nuts. Jon Moxley, man, what a year for this guy, man. Starting this year, I was not high on a lot of stuff that this guy was doing with Death Riders. This group has completely turned around. I'm in again with the Death Riders. Jon Moxley has been having great matches. He had a really good match with Dan Garcia on Collision. I thought the world title match he had here at Aragon Ballroom with Hangman was also good. And this match was also good. This was a very Darby match. Darby jumping on Mox from the beginning, because he's got all of this pent up frustration with Mox. He tried to kill his hero. We got the great build to this in the stuff from the countdown where Brian whispers in his ear because he promises not to interfere in this match because, of course, Brian was on commentary. Brian was fantastic on commentary, by the way.
Amazing. All night. Just added such an extra element of passion and knowledge and something that AEW has kind of missed. He really enhanced the broadcast.
Yeah, he was really great. And I thought he was particularly great during this match because he's such a big part of the story for this match.
Now we know that he whispered, "I'm gonna have that thing on me" to Darby and the in the little promo.
Yeah, so he's trying to, basically stay out of it, recuse himself from the situation, and you can tell he's getting like more and more heated throughout the match. Like at one point when the Death Riders are getting involved, and he's just like, basically like, Darby tried to step in there to save me. Why isn't anybody coming out to help him? Which is a great point. Why isn't anybody coming out to help him? But it's kind of to Garcia's point and him kind of turning around and going like, wait a minute, where's everybody? Like everybody got their big victory parade and like everybody had their party when Hangman won. And now where's everybody? Everybody's gone. I was the one that was the front line for this all along. And now everybody's just like moved on like it's over. And I think that's why he also came around to Mox's point. Like, wait a minute, y'all are exactly what he's been saying about y'all. Y'all get complacent. Y'all over celebrate when something good happens. Like, so I love that aspect of it. I love Brian throughout this match throwing little jabs in there, throwing little things in there. When Mox has Darby on the ground, he's beating on him, and it looks like he's getting ready to win the match. He kisses him on the forehead and says, "I love you." It's not like the other guys. And Brian on commentary is like, John Moxley said he loves me too, and he sounds so hurt. I was like, man, God.
So you can't have that with anybody else. Like he just connects and he knows how to sell an angle, as we saw here. Darby Allin, Phil, we all know, disgusting individual. There's so many spots in this match that I was
crazy
like,
guy.
What is wrong with him? Why are you doing that? He has Mox is holding up the coffin like he's gonna put him up mummy style, and Darby dives out of the ring and they both get locked into the coffin. He takes a Death Rider on top of the coffin at one point. There's so many nasty elements of this. Got really disgusting when at one point we had the return of, for about 3 seconds, I thought was the debut of Wade Barrett. I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck is Wade Barrett? It didn't make sense to me, Phil. My brain was like, wait, this cannot be Wade Barrett. I don't think this doesn't make sense. But when they
I've got some bad news for you, Darby Allin.
Wait a second. What is Wade Barrett doing? He got some bad news. Now they switched the camera angle, and it's your boy Pac is back, new haircut, living his life,
wearing clothes.
He has a shirt on, unbelievable. Like he's switched to a different thing, and he proceeds to murder Darby Allin on pay-per-view. Awesome bombs him from the ring onto the top of a coffin on the outside of the ring. Just violent, disgusting stuff. But it was amazing to see Pac back. Much needed in this company to see the boy back.
Yeah, big fan of Pac. The way that he kicked Darby when he first showed up, I was like, oh my God. And then, like you said, I was like, wait, who is this guy? Like, then I was like, wait, Pac your hair. And then I was like, he's wearing street clothes. Like, what's happening here?
It makes sense.
and then, like you said, fucking annihilate him. Hit him with the awesome bomb.
Yeah.
And then, like, destroyed him, put him in a coffin. And then, of course, Mox like drags himself over there and pushes the coffin closed. Like he did this because, of course, it's been one of the through lines of this whole character he's been doing of like, ha ha ha, you thought you were gonna win, ha ha ha, I got you, I did the work here. It was all part of the plan,
and I think that might play into because Moxley maybe not be long for being the leader of the Death Riders because the look that Pac was gonna drop the top on Darby, but he looked at Mox, and Mox was like,
"We're
you know who dropped the tops here? It's me.
We're seeing it more and more. These side eyes at Moxley. Claudio looked at him at one point when they were beating up Osprey at the end of the last pay-per-view. Like, why are we doing this? Like, it feels like they're all kind of looking around like you've kind of lost the plot here. I do think we're getting closer to him being jumped out of this group. And if it were me, I do think that Dan Garcia should be the new leader. I think that it makes a lot of sense for Garcia to be the guy that throws him out. I don't know. I also think we're closer to him turning face as well.
That's a big part of it for me too.
I just see like the signs of it. But yeah, this was really good. Darby has had 5 coffin matches total with this company, I believe. Sorry, 6 counting this one. Because he's won 4. He lost his last one to Jack Perry at All In, which that kind of just came and went. And then this match, by the time we get to the end of this match, like you could barely even close the coffin because it's like all dented up and smashed up on the top because all these guys are getting like slammed against it. Darby took this crazy bump on it, and like Mox is getting like thrown around. So by the time Darby does get thrown in and a casket gets closed, it does feel like this was a absolute war.
Yeah.
I love that aspect to it. Again, love Pac is back. I sorely miss Pac. Again, day one AEW fans.
Yep.
Eating very well. So happy to see this guy back. The segment we got later in the night where Mox is like, yeah, don't worry, I'll handle this. So you guys get out of here. And so the rest of the Death Riders jump in the back of their pickup truck, peel off and get out of there. And he goes to open the casket. Darby jumps out of there, starts beating on him, puts him in the body bag, and then lights it on fire, tries to set this guy on fire. I was like, oh my God, what are you doing?
Mox looked like a hot pocket. His little head was hanging out the top of the thing. I'm like, nah, don't light my homie.
You are a hot, not you are a hot pocket, like homeboy was calling them all. You are a hot pocket.
Set my guy on fire, national television. Nobody's there to help him. I'm like, this is insane. Great visual, though. I love that. Like, Darby is legit saying, I'm gonna kill this dude, dog. There's nothing you can do to stop
What
me.
are you gonna pick? Yeah, but also like I thought like I said, the finish also was great. The revelation that what Brian whispered in his ear is I got that bag for you. And shout out to Trevor Dane, made one of the best jokes of the night that Brian hates Mox so much that he gave him a plastic bag and not a paper bag. Darby proceeds to try to strangle him with that with the plastic, and Brian is on commentary whispering, "That's right, strangle him." Really great stuff.
Now, Brian wanted him to kill that motherfucker for points of it. He wanted him to extract that revenge, but I think that also plays in the story because, like, Darby wasn't really doing it. Like his thing isn't to like. If he were to end Jon Moxley, it's not going to be with this plastic bag. Like he's like doing it to kind of appease Brian and add that element, but he wants to like throw him off a building or set him on fire, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, I figured coming into this match, this was not the end of Darby versus Mox. And that's why I assumed going into it that Darby was going to lose. That was kind of my bold prediction coming into this show because Darby, this is his match. The coffin match is his signature match. He won 4 straight before he won Jack Perry. So the idea of him going to lose 2 in a row felt kind of off, but I was like, nah, this feud's not over. Something's going to happen. I thought maybe it's going to lead to Dan Garcia helping him win, but the return of Pac is what helped Mox get the win here. And I don't know how we're going to end this feud. Darby is going to try to do something very violent to Moxley.
Yeah.
I don't know what. And this guy's crazy, so he's going to try to do something really stupid.
So a couple of people have pitched this. I've seen in a couple chats. Bring back awful results the first time. Exploding death match.
I wouldn't be mad at it personally.
If they get it right this time, though, you know,
I wouldn't be mad at it. Bring back the exploding barbed wire death match. I think that would add to this.
Like if they could get the end right, it will hit. Is all I'm saying. They got to get the end right though. They can't have the same thing happen again.
But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Death Riders are in a really good place with just the
I'm fucking
storytelling right now. And you know, I don't know how much of this you saw, but we're now trying to rewrite history with the Death Riders.
Mm-hmm.
Because I said on the timeline, yeah, Death Riders they've turned it around. This is they're one of the best acts in the group now. I mean, in the company now. And people like they always were. People just weren't patient. That's not true. Some of this Death Rider stuff was not good. It's okay. I think that it changed. I think that part of what helped them is that we did get a rewarding end to Mox's title reign. But early on, some of this Death Rider stuff was not good.
It wasn't working. There was a couple of those John Moxley title defenses, like the Copeland one. There's a couple of them where it's like, I don't really. The mission statement that they were saying and what they were actually doing didn't match up. I think the reason that they work now is because everything that Mox is talking about, they're doing it. It's like the words are actually matching the statements.
Yeah, and the thing that I kept waiting for early on was, okay, you got to give us more of a reason to care about the individual members of this group. It doesn't just feel like Mox and all of his lackeys.
Mox and gang.
It feels like this is going somewhere. There's story stuff that they're doing here that played into the women's title match. There's stuff that they're doing with Daniel Garcia. Like you said, more and more you're seeing like, wait a minute, there's a little dissension there that they're teasing. There's some actual story here that I'm interested in that wasn't happening earlier in the year. It was them doing these repetitive beatdown segments, trying to
were the NWO. NWO mixed with Bloodline, and it didn't work.
Yeah, trying to pour Clorox bleach down people's throats and stuff. It wasn't really hitting like that for me. But this has improved a lot. Like I said earlier, it seems like they're setting up a tag team match with Brian and Daniel Garcia taking on possibly Eddie Kingston and Hook, who came out to save Eddie at the end of his match.
That's right.
Hook has teased since he didn't rejoin the Ops that he's got to find his own crew. Putting it with Eddie makes a lot of sense.
I like it.
Doing the Averex and Tim's connection makes a lot of sense.
New York, big city of dreams. Come on.
But yeah, just that matchup I think is going to hit Eddie and Hook versus Mox and Daniel Garcia if we do get that.
Yep. Yeah, but I think the energy, people on the Wednesday show think I'm always joking, but the Death Riders are dope. They like are not a grown part of the show anymore. Like I like their shit. Daniel Garcia added something to it. Like I think they're a totally completely different group than 6 months ago.
Yeah, I see somebody in the chat also pointing out this would also be a good place to add Ortiz. Ortiz and Kingston and Hook, just to add some numbers here.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that works. I also think, by the way, one of my takeaways from the Eddie and Big Bill matches, Big Bill is underrated, man. Big Bill is better than a lot of people are giving him credit. Every time they give him a chance to showcase how good he is, I see it. Like when he's been in those big multi-man matches, I'm like, dude, this guy is a lot better than people give him credit for.
Big Bill is underutilized, honestly.
Definitely.
I remember someone told us a story one time about Big Bill and how Big Bill feels about Big Bill, and I remember being like, I don't know, but now I'm like, no, man,
point.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm like, no, Big Bill has capitalized on every moment given. He always shines every time he's on TV. I think he's a tremendous talent, and I think they should give him more. The way that they be thinking about and looking at another big giant guy that was here for a little bit, maybe give Big Bill that spot.
Yeah. We got the women's championship match. Chris Statlander took on Jamie Hayter, Tekla, and Timeless Tony Storm. The video package they aired during the countdown for this was incredible. I was so glad that they played it before the match as well. I think it emphasizes what Tony Storm does well and why she was champion, because you get such great promotion out of her. She's such a unique wrestling character, and doing like this movie trailer for the match that was so cool.
Mhm.
It also helped to, tell the story of the match and give each woman their distinct character. So I loved it. It had a
Yeah.
very like noir style to it.
Mhm.
Loved it. The match itself, that was fine. There was bits of it that was kind of like, I don't know. How do you? Of course, we got a big shock finish to this, but
Mhm.
bits of it, I was just kind of like, I don't know. This might have been served better as a one-on-one match.
You think so? No, I think I kind of liked elements of it. I think the reason that I liked it because it was 1,000 miles per hour. Like there was not a moment that any of the women could breathe. If one hits a move, they're getting attacked. If one, it was just so like bam, 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 bam. I think the shock finish I like so much is probably enhancing what I liked about the match. Tony Storm going into it, our prediction was all Tony Storm. Like I didn't think there was a moment that anybody else was, just because of what you're describing here. I thought that maybe the best way to end a reign like Tony's been having and end something like that is a one-on-one match with the story with two people telling it, kind of moving into this. But I think we would have never gotten the shock of what eventually happened if it was built that way. I think, giving all the ladies just an opportunity to go out there, do a bunch of shit. We've seen a lot of spots in this show, and giving the ladies an opportunity to come to do that was fun. But the shock finish is what really did this. Chris Statlander with the Wheeler Yuta tribute pin got the 1-2-3 victory over Tony Storm in a very surprising, unexpected win. Philip Lindsey and I interviewed Chris Statlander on the Grapsody YouTube channel. And even then I was like, man, it's going to be a great showing for Chris, but like Tony's going to blah, blah, blah. And so getting that real shock finish, real emotion attached to it. Chris is a long-time AEW day one wrestler that fans are invested in. So it actually hit. Like I liked it a lot. I loved it. It actually was my favorite moment of it the whole night, I think.
Yes. I think my thinking of when I said it might have been better served as a one-on-one match, because I think there were good moments in this match, but I don't think overall it was like a cohesive match. And I think the thing that set this apart from the triple threat match is that, there were like big moments, and Dorada came off as like this big breakout star from it. But I think the overarching story of it worked better than this match. And I don't think that this match had as clear of a direction throughout.
I don't think that this was more about the moment than the match. So I hear what you're saying. Like, I'm not going to be like, I need to watch that match again. I'm going to be like, more like, I need to watch that finish again. And like the triple threat match is like, I need to watch that match again. That shit was crazy. So I definitely hear you.
Yeah. But I thought that like across the board, like the women came off well. I thought Jamie looked great. I thought Jamie performed very well here. I think when they put her in these kind of matches on a big stage, she has looked just as good as you want her to since she's come back. She's hit like the big lariats in this, like some of the like counters and exchanges she had in here were strong. I thought Tekla looked good.
Tekla's killing it. She's destroying.
There were quiet moments in this match where she started to get into her offense, and you can start to hear like the well of the Tekla chant starting. Might not be this weekend, but eventually she's gonna get a big win. This wasn't quite her moment yet, but I love like how quickly the fan base has really taken to her.
She might not be able to be healed for too much longer, Phil, because I feel like everybody's like, we love her some Tekla, and like she's trying to be in this triangle of madness thing and what they represent. But like you said, there's something's growing with the fans about her and what she represents. But she also plays such a great heel that she could be opposition to any champion. Like she's already great opposition to Stat. She's great opposition to Tony. She's great opposition to Jamie Hayter. Like she just represents such a great role there.
Yeah, she was great here. I hope we're not done with the Aminata feud. I hope that match Wednesday wasn't the end, because that kind of felt like, all right, that's it.
Kind of short.
Kind of short, but I did like what we got out of here. Statlander, man. Like Statlander is one of the best wrestlers in this division for a reason. I think there's a reason why so many people come into this company or are looking at this company from afar and they're like they want a Statlander match because she's good. I think she is easily one of the best day one acquisitions for this company. I remember how things changed when she came in. It was like her and Swole came in at the same time. And I remember just like how much things changed around her. Like, we could just put this title on her. And, then unfortunately she got injured and had to take some time off. And then she came back and then she had some other struggles with the knee injury. And, there's been inconsistencies with her character and her direction. But she just has felt overdue for a long time. When she did our interview and said that she had not been in a world championship in 4 years, I was really sitting there thinking, like, how's that possible?
Didn't feel possible. Was like, no, that shouldn't be right, because why would they do that?
that just didn't feel possible. But man, she's been so good and she's been such a big part of so many things with this company that kind of feels like, man, what were they waiting on? Like, I thought her and Willow at one point had one of the best feuds in this division. They stole the show at All Out that year when they had the big hardcore match. And so it felt like, man, when are they going to get back to this? Easily probably gave Mercedes her best match with the company.
Yep.
So I think that this was the right time to put her back in the fray and put her in a world title. And then, like I said, with just where the company has been really trying to reward day one AEW wrestlers, it was the right time to give her the big win. I just wish that they had handled it a bit better. It felt a bit anticlimactic because the ending to this match felt very abrupt. Now, I think the story element there of Willie Yuta showing up at the beginning of the match and trying to continue to tempt her to listen to him and join the Death Riders, and he's trying to give her advice. He gives her the advice to use the seatbelt. He uses that at the end of the match, and that's how she picks up the win over Toni Storm. Toni Storm's shocked face at the end was hilarious. There's a bit to this that I also really like, that Toni, because she's really been traumatized by all of the stuff with Mariah, she's been saying this whole time that I am looking for my murder. I'm looking for this person. If you're going to take this belt off me, you got to kill me, because I've went through hell to get this belt. So if you think you're going to take this belt off me, you're going to kill me. And she just gets just rolling up to lose. And she's so shocked by it because she's kind of like, well, what does this mean for me anymore? Because I've built this up in my mind as this thing, but it's because she's still in some ways not over everything that happened with her and Mariah.
Yeah,
I think that's a really, really good story. I just wish that they handled the end of her reign a bit better and made it feel like a bigger deal. But that might be just a difference in like the way we see these things, because again, the story element of how we got here wasn't bad. It just felt a bit kind of off with the way that especially the way they built to this match as well. But never going to be too upset with a big surprise win. Statlander deserved this. Really happy for her because this was very overdue. I should have known when she said she hasn't challenged for the title in 4 years, because usually when a wrestler and companies draw attention to that kind of thing, that means something. And then she came out with new music too. I was like, the more and more I thought about it afterwards, I was like, oh, they were telling us in so many words.
They were. I was like, oh yeah, they gave us an interview with her. Like out of, I was like, okay,
she did a few interviews.
Yeah, exactly. She was like running the thing and the new music and everything surrounding it was like, oh yeah, they were kind of setting this up. But yeah, I think the way this is needed. Like, I think that they had to not sacrifice Tony's run, but they have to establish that there can sometimes be moments like this where we don't have the predicted winner. It isn't just, oh yeah, at Full Gear, because they've had this many matches, that's going to be it, or because they're locked in this feud and they've done 3 matches and the 4th match is like, I hate that we've always had this predetermined thing. I want to watch a show, not know what's going to happen, and get a surprise result, a surprise win, a surprise title change on the pay-per-view, but that still makes sense in the context of the story. So I liked it. I think it doesn't have to be every single championship, but we do have to establish some of these belts can be won by other great wrestlers in the company.
Yeah, I do think that because Tony and Mercedes have been on top of the division for so long, they did need a big moment for the women. I do think they needed a surprise to shake things up. And shout out to friend of the show, Lyric. She's been saying for a while that they needed to show the rest of the division that there's room for upward momentum for the rest of the women.
Right.
And I think that that's been lacking for quite a while. People are still waiting for Willow to get a big win. And we've been waiting a long time for that. We've been waiting even longer for Statlander to get a big win. I mean, just think about how upset people were when Ruby beat her in the Owen that year because people want Statlander to get her moment. And so I think that came across well here. The gasp in that crowd when she won, people were legitimately shocked. And that's a good thing. I do think we're probably heading towards a rematch. That's probably going to be the Wrestle Dream match, I would assume. Statlander versus Tony. That's a big match for Statlander. I think that you can do a lot out of that. And if we're heading to tag titles, you've got so many things you can do with that. You could eventually circle back to Statlander and Willow. You've got Tony and Mina as a tag team that you can work with. You've got the Triangle of Madness where you can go with Julia and Sky Blue. You've got Penelope and Megan Bain. You've got a couple of options of tag teams, but then also this opens a lot with Statlander's champion. I don't buy that she's turning heel. I think that this Death Rider stuff is a red herring. The way her music and everything, that is not a heel song. This all feels like babyface stuff. Like even her in the press conference, I was like, yeah, no, this still feels like her the babyface. I'm not buying this Death Rider thing. But now you've got options for her coming out of this. You've got the Beth match that you could do. That you can make that a big championship match for her. You've got the rematch with Megan Bain. You've got a Tekla match you could get to. You've got Jamie. You've got options.
Yep. She has a bunch of options. And I think it opens up a little bit more of what it would have been with Tony, because people are going to continue going in with whoever challenges Tony is not going to beat her until we get to like Megan Bain. This is any of those women that you described has an opportunity to beat Chris, and we'll all believe them as believable challengers. And I think that kind of opens up the division a bit. Like Lyric was describing, is like, it has to feel like you can work in this company and actually get something. And then it's not just, belts aren't just reserved for certain women. It's like, if you work hard, you could be champion too. And I think this Chris Statlander thing opens it. She has a lot of opponents going into this. I think it's going to be really good for the division. And it also opens up, if Tony's not champions, she still can be involved in big stories and big angles with another women's wrestler as not the champion just because of what she represents now.
Yeah, I think that's the great thing about Tony is that you can see that Tony Khan really sees her as a big star at this point. She's going to be on TV with or without that belt.
Right.
There's so much stuff you can do with her character. I think the idea of Tony and Owen next year is somebody that's never won the Owen, and of course she debuted in the Owen, and then you had 2 years in a row where Owen winners came gunning for her right away. So I think the idea of her and the Owen next year would be really cool. And I said this elsewhere on another podcast. If this is me with this pencil, I think the final for the Owen next year should be Tony versus Mercedes.
I can see it. I can definitely see it.
So I don't know. We got places to go with it. I do think they've got to figure out what they're going to do with the TBS title.
They do
going forward. But yeah, you needed something like this for this women's division. And I do think if you're going to do things like a women's blood and guts or women's tag titles, you've got to get to it. You got to, at this point, make the announcements. You got to move forward.
It has to just become the norm. We can't start. We got to be past the first time ever everything. So we just got to start moving to it.
We can't keep getting these like answers every time somebody asks, well, I think that's a great idea. Well, you're the guy that can do it. Like, what are we waiting on? And we know that tag titles exist. He said before that the belts were already made. So, hey, man, unveil them. What's going on?
I love that. Like, you're the guy. You know that you're the guy that could do these things, right? Like, that sounds like a great idea. Let's reconvene. Like, you could say yes right now.
Yeah. We got the big 4-way ladder match for the AEW World Tag Team Championship. Brodito took on the Young Bucks, Jet Speed, and Hechicero, Josh Alexander, in his home country.
Mm-hmm. This was a dangerous match, Phil. There was a lot of I've talked before how ladder matches kind of scare me. Like I love them. They're a spectacle. They're crazy. They produce some amazing moments, but they're so scary. There's a bunch of elements in this where I was like, that's scary. That's dangerous. I hope everybody's okay. But like if you came to this show wanting some spot food, crazy shit, everybody doing a million things, this was the match for you. There was tables in this, there was ladders in this, so many cool moments of people flying in the ring. Nick Jackson did his infamous try to push me off the ladder, but I springboard off the top and flip to the outside spot. That's amazing. Jet speed in this was incredible. I think Kevin Knight does so many simple things, just like jumping over a ladder that they're trying to hit you with, or springboarding into this, that are like, how do you do this? It like separates him in a match full of exceptional wrestlers. Like he stood out a lot. Brody King killing guys. He killed Mike Bailey at one point with that Fire Thunder driver from the apron through the ladder. There is a lot of great fun stuff in this match, Phil.
Yeah, big dangerous match.
Super dangerous.
Kevin Knight is effortlessly cool, does like uber athletic stuff. At one point, 4 guys picked up a ladder while he was on it and then just proceeded to tip it over, and he then landed through 2 chairs, through 2 tables, and I was like, oh my God, please be okay. Yeah, but there was a lot of crazy stuff like that you would expect from ladder matches. Ladder matches can feel very formulaic now because we've seen so many of them, especially like these kind of ladder matches with a bunch of guys in it. But I thought it was enough here that this went like 100 miles an hour. This was very different from some of the other big plunder matches, and I feel like you needed something like this right after that women's match to like really change because I feel like the show really picked up during the trios match, and then Dorada just decided, I'm gonna get this crowd to make noise, and so the crowd got louder and louder during that. And I do think there were certain spots in the show where the matches were good, but the crowd could have been better, like you said, the women's matches. But the crowd was pretty much into this match. I thought that they were on and off, like I said, throughout the show, but I thought that they were good throughout this match because this is the kind of match for sicko AEW fans.
Big moments.
Yeah. But, Brody, though, still very over. Picked up the win here. I thought that was the right move. I think it's too soon to put the belts back on the Bucks.
Yeah, it is.
There's more stuff you can do with them in this down bad phase. I do think they're eventually going to turn face. And you've got so much other stuff you can do in the meantime with them, which, they immediately teased at the end of this match because we got the return of Jack Perry. I love that Jack showed up without music and he was just kind of standing there and then tries to attack both these guys by himself. They're setting him up for the BT trigger, and he does his trademark smirk at this point. And that set up, I thought, a great video package of him digging up the coffin of Luchasaurus, and then we get the second half that was played for Luchasaurus's return earlier this year, with him reviving him with whatever that raspberry jelly injected him with. I don't know what the hell that was. And so that set up the return of Killswitch / Luchasaurus. He comes out, helps Jack fend off the Young Bucks, rips off his Killswitch belt. He's officially Luchasaurus again. Jurassic Express is back again. Day one, AEW fans rejoice. And then they did it.
They did it.
People tried to say that I was crazy when I said this on Twitter because I was like, nah, get back to it, man. Get the brown trunk. Tarzan boy hit, and I was like, nah, we're back, buddy. We can move on from this scapegoat thing. We can act that was a moment in time. It was time, man. Jurassic Express is back. Very underrated tag team. I thought that they had a great run as tag champions. And I'm looking forward to this matchup of them going against the Young Bucks in this iteration. And the idea of them back in the mix the tag division really needed a team like this that was like an established team, and you could put them in the mix like with FDR, with like even like the demand. Like there's so many teams you could put them in the mix with, and I'm instantly interested. I don't think we're done with like the potential of Jack Perry as a singles wrestler, but
no. He
Jurassic Express reunion was the way to go. I was like, nah, we're back, buddy.
Yeah, I was wondering for some weeks now, some months now, why they kept calling him Kill Switch. I was like, dog, his name's Luchasaurus. Why are they still calling him that? And then last night I was like, oh, because they needed this moment to get him back. We've talked multiple times on this podcast, Phil, about Jack Perry. You like Jack Perry. We all know. We all know what the things do. We all know how we feel about all the events that have taken place in the last 2 years. Just got to get this guy back in the ring, get him back to what made people love him. Because at the beginning of this company, Jack Perry was one of the most over guys in the company. He was at the upfronts when this company was created. Like they were trying to establish him as one of the guys. And a big part of the reason that people loved him was because he was standing next to Luchasaurus and they had some kind of magic, and their friendship made people feel a type of way. So it was like, when Jack Perry was doing the scapegoat stuff and they were trying to switch all this stuff, it's like, well, you guys have eliminated all the elements that make people love Jack Perry. I know you're trying to make him heel, but this stuff isn't it. This isn't the way to do it. You were either going to have to do something completely different or add some of the old elements back in. So I understand why they immediately sent him back in. This is also very important, Phil, because this has kind of been off the backs of the returning BTE. Like they've told a bit of this story on the internet, and it's kind of the old school way that AEW started with.
Again,
we got angles on the internet that are playing up on the pay-per-view.
Yeah, again, we're back, buddy. We got that the knife segment that was played from BTE, and that was mentioned on commentary when Jack showed up. Very much feels like year one AEW stuff. I think the issue, because I hear you, I think that Jack has always been great at playing to a crowd, even as a heel. I think he's great at getting a reaction out of a crowd. And I think he could do that as a heel. He didn't quite figure it out in terms of like the in-ring stuff as a heel. And I think like some of the best wrestlers have struggled with that. Like Tony struggled with that at one point when she first started the Timeless gimmick. And I don't think that Jack ever quite figured that aspect out. And I also didn't feel like he ever quite fit in with the Elite.
No, he didn't.
And so I felt like it was time to just cut their losses and just go back to Jurassic Express. Very much looking forward to him going back to his style of wrestling in Jurassic Express, and then wrestling the Young Bucks, who have been, in my mind, tag team of the year. So I'm all for this. I saw people that are like, I don't want to be Jungle Boy anymore. He's grown past it. Nah, buddy. Get Tarzan Boy back on our TVs. It's time.
Yeah, when people are like, this is regressing, he's moving backwards. I'm like, nah, you don't really understand what this is, guys. I think this is, it's neat. He's not going to go fully 100% back to that, but you need to have some of those elements with some new elements and make a great stew, because he's still trying to figure it out as a wrestler, like you're saying.
The thing people are forgetting as well, because everything got murky with the all-in situation and the glass and all the rest of the stuff, is at one point people thought that Jack needed something, and that's why he turned heel. And then when all of this stuff happened with Punk and he went away and you gave people a chance to miss him, when he came back as a heel, people wanted to see him. And so I think more and more people are like, we want this guy on TV. And it was kind of wild that he wasn't there. And so I don't think that he still needs to do like the heel stuff to give people a reason to care about him, because people clearly care.
They care.
I just don't think that he ever really evolved as a heel character. I don't think he ever quite figured it out with the in-ring stuff. I think that there was an idea there as the scapegoat, but it never felt like a fully formed thing.
What made Jack Perry hot in the beginning was he would get the hot tag in the match with Luchasaurus and Jurassic Express, and that's when you would really understand what made him that. He couldn't harness that energy into what his heel persona was and trying to flip the matches into being, why do we care about heel Jack Perry? Nobody ever started to care about heel Jack Perry.
Yeah.
The scapegoat.
Yeah, I'm very much glad we can move on from these glass jokes and some of this other stuff. Let's just let him be Jungle Boy. I think that there's so many people that were affected by some of the Punk stuff, and there was this dark cloud around a lot of this stuff, and I'm glad that we've officially moved on with a lot of these wrestlers and characters, because it was time. Like, Hangman has benefited so much from moving on into being a world champion again. The Bucks are back to doing BTE and the stuff that they famously did with this company that was like foundational stuff for this company.
Right.
So I feel like it's only right that Jack does the same thing. It's time. It's time to move on.
This show felt like you're describing through a lot of this, of them trying to reestablish that. We got a segment at one point in this with the conglomeration, and they're making a declaration. Mark Briscoe's making a declaration that he wants to take on the Don Callis family, and he's like, look, we're gonna wrestle on Wednesday, and I'm gonna team with Hologram, and we're also gonna team with the mystery opponent. And Kyle O'Reilly's on the phone, and they're like, Kyle, is he ready? And everybody's like, he's ready, and they give this thumbs up. So it seems like they're teeing up the return of another day one established guy of Orange Cassidy. And so getting all these elements back, Wednesday's Dynamite and moving forward are going to look kind of different, Phil, but also kind of the same, because it's a lot of people that establish this brand.
Yeah. Like you said early on, with the injuries coming into the show, there was some doubt. And I completely forgot about this segment because a lot happened yesterday. But you're all right. The conglomeration segment happened. People were excited about the conglomeration, especially after Mark got the big win. But we got that report at one point that one of the day one Hoopers is ready. And we got this segment. I was looking around and I was like, oh, gotta drop a bomb for my guy. Back to AEW. The Denim Sloth God is coming back, man. I'm ready, buddy. Get it back on our TV. Orange Cassidy is coming back. Thumbs up, whatever. I'm sure he wouldn't be as excited as I am. He wouldn't care about these bombs. He would be very confused by the whole thing. But nah, man. Orange Cassidy coming back at the same time as Pac being on our team. Come on, dog. Bro. Sir. Get to it, dog.
We back.
We're here,
we
man.
Back.
We are here.
We back. Tarzan boys back. Come on, dog. Come on. The elements are here, dog.
Come on, man. Come on. Listen, I was very excited when I saw for sure we got our confirmation. The Orange Cassidy's coming back, man. We're gonna be in Pittsburgh next week.
Yep.
That's setting up another day one AEW wrestler, you think?
I've heard a lot of people mentioning it. There's a lot of fanfare. No, I wouldn't say a lot. There's fanfare of people saying, I think somebody in the press conference was asking about a Pittsburgh's favorite. And I'm like, I don't know. Could be. You think that person fits in here still, Phil?
I will say if Britt Baker does not show up next weekend in Pittsburgh, it might be over.
Right.
Because I don't know where else you bring her back in.
Like if you can't pull up here, then where the fuck can she?
If you don't think you're gonna get a pop for Britt in Pittsburgh, it might be over. Because she's been gone for over a year at this point.
Yeah. And not injury gone for most of it, just gone.
Yeah. So we might I don't know where she fits in, but yeah. But
like none of them plans that we talked about earlier with the women's division, and then Britt Baker will be here, you know?
I mean, well, I will say if you're setting up women's tag titles, I don't think it's a terrible idea to put Britt with somebody and do a tag team, especially if you're going to do a tag team tournament.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a terrible idea.
that's true. Whom though?
Yeah. Jamie made a lot of sense at one point. I don't see that
Yeah.
happening.
Wouldn't make sense now.
Who could Britt team up with? Now, a lot of people in the chat are saying Deanna. Deanna makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
They're, of course, friends in real life.
Yep.
That
could work.
Maybe out of left field.
Can they coexist?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe out of left field. Britt and a returning Sheeta also makes a lot of sense as a tag team. I don't know. But I am curious if we're going to see her next week in Pittsburgh. But yeah, last we got our main event. Hangman Adam Page took on Kyle Fletcher for the AEW World Championship. This was a long show. Definitely got our money's worth.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know what we were going to get out of this match because, like I said, it was a very long show, but I thought this match was heat, man. Like these two guys went for it. If you needed any proof that Kyle Fletcher is the future of this company and this guy belongs in the main event, he definitely proved he belonged here. And I do believe this guy is going to be a future AEW World Champion.
Yeah, I think this was we've seen a bunch of tests for Kyle Fletcher. We've seen the Ospreay stuff. We've seen him in big moments. But if this was like the top guy, can you main event test? Flying colors past this. Like he controlled a lot of this match. He looked confident in there. He looked like a big star. Some of those kicks that he was kind of basing the match around, Phil, the corner running
thrust kicks, bro.
Thing. What?
Some of them thrust kicks, he was just like peppering in there, like, bro. Like, and just the timing he was hitting them with, just how precise they were. Like, at one point, Hangman tried to hit like a moonsault, and he hits him like clean in the face while he's coming down off the rope. Crazy. The brain busters he was hitting in this match, like the brain buster he hit on the timekeeper's table. The one that he rolls him, so he hits him with one on the timekeeper's table, rolls him into the ring, and hits him with another one. I thought that was it, because that looked filthy.
And the strikes he had in this, the brain busters he had in this, just staying on top of Hangman for so much of this were great. But Hangman Adam Page, I think, in this was tremendous, coming in as the hero, the top guy, the world champion, and fighting from behind for a lot of this, but using all the great elements that brought him to this, using his lariat to get Kyle Fletcher off guard. The dead eye that he hit from the apron to the table on the outside was absolutely disgusting. Kyle Fletcher landed right on his fucking head. As much on your head as you can land from the height like that. He hit another one from the second rope that was just as disgusting. I'm like, no, he's trying to kill my guy Kyle Fletcher out here, I think, with some of these strikes and some of these slams out here. This was it felt like both desperation from both guys, of Hangman trying to be the world champion, trying to prove he could defend this, trying to prove a younger, faster than him right now guy can't beat him. Fletcher's trying to prove that he deserves to be in this element. He's throwing off things. At one point I thought he was going to hit the top rope brain buster, but Hangman got out of that, and it was pretty intensive considering we saw a lot of like plunder matches and stuff, and this was just one-on-one, no weapons, just two guys fighting each other.
Straightforward, kind of like New Japan style match.
Yes.
So went over 30 minutes. It had kind of like the same pacing of a New Japan match as some of the table spots of a New Japan match. I love the story coming into this, that Kyle is like, I'm the man, I'm TNT champion, and he's been doing all these things from feeling like he has to be as violent as possible and like wrecking people. He destroyed Dustin Rhodes to win the title. A big part of his feud with Will Ospreay was like, I'm trying to kill you. I hate you. And so he thinks that that's just the way to beat everybody. And because Hangman has been through hell and back, he's just like, yeah, I think you think because you've been running around getting big wins, you look like the man, and you're like, driven by revenge and all these things, that you're ready to hold this belt. You're not ready for this belt and the things you have to do to win this belt and the things you got to do to keep it. You think because you've been in feuds where you've done very violent things, that's enough. Nah, it's not enough. I think that was definitely something that was put over during the Hangman and Will feud, and it feels like they continued that kind of storyline here, where it's like, if you want to hold this belt, it's not just that you got to be good. You got to feel like there's a need for you to be the guy that holds this belt and lead this company. And you're not ready to be that guy yet, because you're still worried about a lot of things that don't matter. And that came across very well in this match, because Hangman came in with the kinesio tape on his neck and shoulder. And so Kyle did what any wrestler would do. He was like, I'm going to target that area. So he was hitting the brain busters and very much targeting that neck throughout this match. At one point, Hangman is like trying to like fidget with his neck and fidget with the tape. And like I said, fucking Kyle rubbing his hands together like, I'm going to get him. And so he's trying to hurt this man multiple times, because that's been such a big part of what he has done as a heel. But that's not enough. He particularly, there's a spot toward the end of the match where he's got Hangman down, and he gets a great near fall out of one of these brain busters. And instead of just finishing the match, he's being petty. He's like kicking him in the head. He's like walking around toying with him. And that's the point. You weren't ready to just do what you needed to do to win this match. And not just that, do what you need to do to lead this company, because you're just trying to humiliate me and hurt me, because that's what you care about more than anything. That was the story of this match. And I thought that was executed exceptionally well.
There's kind of layers to that too, because he's an Ospreay protege, and that was Ospreay's problem too. Same exact thing of like not focusing in when it got to those desperation moments, kind of kidding around and not going for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's very telling that at one point Hangman hit the big pressure to try to win this match, because it's the same lesson that Swerve was trying to teach Ospreay. Like, bro, you're not ready. You're not ready to lead this company. You're not desperate enough. You're not hungry enough to hold this belt.
Right.
And I thought that was handled very well. The match itself, the near falls in this match, like I said, the thrust kicks that Kyle was hitting, some of the big moves on the apron, that just crazy. That avalanche Deadeye looked disgusting. I thought that was a great way to come out from under what looked like a avalanche brainbuster. The exchanges of like the exchanges of the other finishers, like, because of course coming into this match, Kyle Fletcher injured Kenny Omega. He had to be stretchered out of the building. And so at one point, Hangman hits the V trigger, tries to go for the one-winged angel. Like I said, he hit the big pressure at one point. Kyle Fletcher tries to use the Stormbreaker. All of that stuff was cool. But like, yeah, that avalanche Deadeye to set up the final, so we can finally get the buckshot lariat, because he kept trying to go for it multiple times. And every time he tried to go for it, Kyle would quickly get to the rope and do something to knock him off the apron, like hit him with a thrust kick or force him back in the ring. But once he finally hits the buckshot lariat and the match is over, perfect ending to this match. Perfectly handled story. Clean finish to a main event.
Yeah. Refreshing.
And we didn't need like Hangman getting to the top of the ramp and celebrating, and then somebody jumps him. Like, just in the pay-per-view, like, that's it.
No hoodie reveal, no nothing. Just a good match between two guys trying to fight for this world championship, and then that's it.
Yeah, really good main event from these two guys. Like I said, Kyle Fletcher's future of this company.
Strong. Yeah.
Hangman looked great as this big babyface, and they did enough to lull us to sleep with the Max stuff because he lost back-to-back matches. So people aren't even thinking about the fact that he still had that contract that's still coming. I think that was great coming off of some of the stuff from the last pay-per-view because people were not happy with the handling of the contract. So giving Max 2 losses and having people forget about the contract for now is a nice way to eventually reintroduce it.
Yeah, it's pretty smart and leaving a satisfied, because there's a couple of pay-per-views this year for AEW where they've had strong shows, but the endings have left a bad taste in our mouth. We needed this. Just a strong ass match, have Hangman look like the champion in the end, holding the belt up, and that's how the show ends. They need to continue to have some of those. I like the other element too, but you want to have some feel good moments to really hammer home Hangman's title reign, you know?
Yeah, I thought overall they did some great things here with the stars that are missing that are going to be out for a while, and then reintroducing some people from the fray, doing some unexpected surprises with like the Beth debut, and then bringing back Pac and some of the other stuff. I think, like I said, the second half of the show was very good.
It was.
Some of the stuff from the beginning I wasn't the biggest fan of, but most of the stuff in the second half was all gas. Like, I don't think they missed much in second half.
I like how because Forbidden Door, while it was a great wrestling show, it felt like it was all wrestling. You didn't get a lot of the surprise returns or moments like that. And I like that this show had that to break up the wrestling. There was great wrestling, but there was also some cool moments that are going to enhance the product moving forward.
Yeah. There was only one spot because Brent Lockman is saying they thought that Jericho was going to show up to close the loop. There was only one moment that was like Jericho, because the lights went down during at the end of the Big Bill and Eddie Kingston thing, and I was like, is that Jericho? And it ended up being Hook.
Thank you, Hook. Oh, because they were teasing the kind of selling the Eddie Kingston match was Big Bill teasing Jericho, so it could have been.
Yeah, but it was Hook. Yeah, I was like, oh. Whew. Oh god. I mean, not for nothing, Eddie had a great pay-per-view match with Jericho at one point, but I was like, I don't know.
That's not what any of this story would have needed in that place, so it worked out for us.
Yeah. But yeah, good pay-per-view overall.
Yeah, strong ones.
Send us your super chats. It's the best way to get your chat read on this podcast. And then we're gonna get into the second pay-per-view today.
The second pay-per-view of the day. Let's get into some of these super chats. Leonard Aaron III is already talking about the second pay-per-view of the day, who says WWE PLEs equals we're waiting everyone.
Yeah.
A lot of hurry up and wait.
Yeah, I'll get into my thoughts then when we talk about it.
Appreciate that, Leonard. The homie Valab says, a reminder, Claudio sucks eggs. Eddie Kingston's
Eddie Kingston's shirt was great.
Very, very great shirt. But Eddie looked great. I'm happy to see what happens post this. I think that we shouldn't judge him just off of this one match. That's not fair.
Yeah, no. I didn't even think about it. He had the orange shirt when he came out. That should have been
the orange shirt.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's right. That's hilarious. Appreciate that. Glizzy God says Místico says Glizzy God, if you guys in here, says Místico and MJF felt untouchable in Arena Mexico. Dorada is a superstar. CMLL Young Boys are in a great spot. Screw the feds and chinga la migra.
Yeah. I forgot Taz at one point during the main event because the crowd started yelling, "You're not ready." He's like, "I'm sick of this "you're not ready" stuff. It's annoying. Everybody that works here is ready. Stop saying that. Enough." I was dying.
Taz been waiting to get that one off. He was mad because he's heard this before in other elements.
Of course, he's heard it before in other elements, and he's like, "My son is ready."
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Taz has some fun. He had another bit where he was like, I broke my neck before, and he's like, nobody gives a shit about that, but he's like still trying to tell that story. I'm like, what's up with Taz, dude?
Yeah, nah, he was definitely a little cranky last night. It was really funny, man.
Shout out to Taz, one of the goats. Bianca Leia says All Out was solid, 20 out of 10. Stat winning was a shock. Ladder match insane. More attempted murking with fire. And I got emotional over a boy and a dinosaur. Keep cooking.
Yeah, really fun pay-per-view. Especially this is why I keep saying just run your race, cater to your audience.
Easy.
And the fans will be there. You're gonna continue to grow your audience, and the word of mouth will be there, man.
Oh, and they showed that the backstage segment from Collision with Jerry Lynn is now involved with the Acclaim, and he made a match for the Acclaim. How do you feel about the Acclaim getting back together seemingly?
I don't know. I don't know that I believe that's the end result, that they're going to end up back together. I kind of feel like the move should be to keep them as singles wrestlers.
Yeah, me too.
But I don't know.
Because Max is so over that but I don't know, because I feel like heel Acclaim could work, but the people are baby facing Max Caster right now, so I don't know.
Yeah,
if you want to immediately go back to that,
I think it should be a one and done. I think that it seems like they're pushing Bowens as a heel.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's unfortunate that they couldn't quite figure it out with the singles run, but the crowd is booing them, so I think you should just go ahead and go full on with the heel turn.
Right. But that's another one that there's something, it maybe not completely in the tag division, but enhancing the tag division, even having them whatever they're doing.
They could always go back to, because they are teasing a fourth member of Hurt Syndicate. They could always go back to the thing that created animosity with us and gave you this big head is this whole card situation with you and MVP. And he's the guy that ends up joining Hurt Syndicate instead of Max.
Yep. I wouldn't
be mad at that, but
that could be a thing. Anthony Bowen should be considered for that spot. I don't know who they're going to have for that young Hooper spot, but he could be in there.
Yeah.
Orion Ben 666 says AEW All Out equal where the best maim, mutilate, and murder.
Yeah. All Out is usually the dark show. It was the dark show last year where that's where we got attempted murder last year. Mm-hmm. And we went right back to that theme this year.
There was forks. Darby tried to set somebody on fire, thumbtacks, tables, all kind of shit. Yes, I love All Out being the violent show. Van Twinblade said, it's CNC Wrestle Factory, not Coping Christian.
CNC Wrestling Factory is hilarious. There's some people in our audience that aren't going to understand that reference at all.
CNC Music Factory, they don't know what that means. No. They don't know. That doesn't mean anything. But that is what it is, Van Twinblade. Appreciate you. The homie D. Lara says, do you think WWE counter programming of AEW backfired? Would you describe it as backfiring, Phil?
No. We'll get into why in a sec when we actually talk about a pay-per-view. I don't think it backfired, though.
And all the people that I thought were going to watch WWE and not care and move on like it's regular did. So I wouldn't describe it as backfired.
Yeah.
And AEW did actually move their show. So,
yeah,
I don't know. But yeah, like Phil said, we're going to get into it. The homie Brent Lockman says, most Canadian intro to a pay-per-view I've ever seen. Incredible show to be in the building for. Long time. Gentlemen, I hope you're staying well, as sane and as we can these days. Cheers. Appreciate you, Brent. You've been a supporter with us for a while. Happy that you were in the show. A couple of the Canadian homies, Mike, Eloquent, were in the building last night, and it seems like y'all had a good time.
Yeah. Seems like it was a fun show to be at. It's been a minute. Well, it's not been that long. It was July. Definitely having FOMOs. I gotta get back out to a live show, man. What's going on?
You about to have a time for the rest of the year, Philip Lindsey. Aren't you? Are you going to Wrestle Dream? You're going to St. Louis?
I think so. Very curious to see what's going to be on this card, but
Me too.
I think so.
Because it felt like the last two Wrestle Dreams were known what was going to happen. Like, I felt like the first one was like Brian and Zack Sabre Jr. is going to happen. That's dope. And then the second one was like, it's Brian's retirement, essentially. This one, it doesn't have that kind of element attached to it.
Yeah.
Because Brian's not here. but should be great to see. Appreciate that, Brent. Very generous super chat. Thank you. LaRon Ford says, I wasn't a big fan of the women's world title match. It was too short, in my opinion, with the top women's title on the line, but I'm excited for Stat winning. That's fair. I think that there's always, it feels like the women's matches always could use 2, 3, 4 more minutes, and this one fell under that too.
Yep.
LaRon also says, it will be nice to see a women's world champion who can put on the type of work rate matches we've been getting from the TBS title.
Yeah. I mean, Tony's had good matches.
Yeah.
In this reign, I think her matches have been better as a babyface, but yeah, Statlander's different, man. Like I don't think people like remember how great the TBS title run was. Like the matches she was having. Still probably Jade's best match. That defense she had on Jade's last appearance with the company.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm very curious to see what they can do with Chris Statlander as champion.
Same here. Like the what could happen, because it's going to be completely different than the Tony run. I'm excited to see like how they move about booking her matches and telling her stories. LaRon also says, thank you for the 3 in a row, LaRon. Also, every time they run a women's world title 4-way on pay-per-view, the title has changed hands. That's a betting tip for the next time they do it.
That is a good point. And I think it is something to the idea that it's because, again, Tony has been like, nah, you got to kill me to take this belt.
Right.
But the way that she initially won the belt at one point was in a 4-way when she cheated Jamie Hayter.
That's right. Elements. LaRon has another one. Appreciate you today, LaRon. And Tony not main eventing a pay-per-view before dropping the title is downright criminal. As popular as she is, if she can't main event a pay-per-view, what woman can?
I think she eventually will. I still think it was a mistake to not give her and Mariah the main event at Revolution. Yep. But again, if my theory is correct and my pencil is to the piece of paper, Mercedes versus Tony in the Owen finals is a main event. Yep. I think the same spot that you put Ospreay versus Hangman in at Double or Nothing, if you do that same route next year with the women, that's a main event.
Yeah. I think either one of them are going to be definitely the one to main event first. Could be against each other, against someone else, but they'll definitely be in there. And then LaRon also says, I do think at this point, Willow will be the one to beat Mercedes. She never got a rematch, and she had a match won, if not for outside interference. I feel the same way. I feel like Willow has been patiently waiting to be the one to defeat Mercedes, and I've been waiting for them to get back around to it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it should be Willow.
We'll see. And every time Willow comes out and has an interest, like she came out on the show last night and everybody's like, yes, we love Willow. She gets big pops. Like she has the fanfare. She has everything you would think that is needed. And there's still some kind of disconnect.
I mean, they've given her side quests that have gotten over well with her. I think putting her in the not the Blood and Guts match, but the Anarchy in the Arena match was a great idea. I thought she excelled in that spot. And every time they put her in these big multi-women matches, she feels like almost like the captain of the babyface team because everybody's like mimicking her entrance and everything. She feels like the kind of almost like the most over wrestler on that side.
She does.
So I think once they're ready to put her back in the title picture, the fans are going to react.
Right. Brent Lockman also says Brody and Speedball went through that ladder and then it sprung up fixing itself after that driver. That will haunt me. Yeah, I mean, I was afraid when Brody took the initial swanton from Nick Jackson and the ladder just did nothing. And then they went through it and it did that. I'm like, that's a crazy durable ass ladder. Dangerous work. Appreciate that, Brent. LaRon also says Britt could fix it with the Death Riders. Britt Baker, I thought she could have been a part of the story from the beginning. The Death Riders?
Britt and the Death Riders, you say? I don't know about all that.
Yeah, I don't.
But I think, like I said, if this is a tag team tournament, I think that's a good scenario for a Britt Baker return, because that way you put her with somebody that can't work, like a Sheeta or a Deanna or somebody, and I think that it masks some of her limitations.
Yeah, and she could she's such a good promo that she could, if somebody they don't believe in also as a promo, she could represent that element for them, you know?
Exactly. And as somebody that's like one of the one of the year one wrestlers, like her winning the tag titles with someone else would be a moment as well. There's things they could do with Britt. I just don't know. I again, I have no idea what's happening here.
Speaking of Britt, peace and love out to Rebel, who has been having some health issues, it seems.
Yeah.
She's in and out of the hospital. So just want to send love out to her in these times.
Yeah.
LeRon also says, shout out to you guys for your spots on Wrestle Purist and Cali Connection and for letting me get these takes off. Appreciate it, you guys. Of course, if you don't have a place to get off takes, we have a place for you.
Appreciate you for all the support, man.
Phil has been featured on a couple of Wrestle Purists. You know, I'm always with my homegirl Denise Wednesday nights and things for AEW. So appreciate everybody supporting us in other ventures. Brent also says it's 2025 and I high five a stranger in the crowd when Jericho didn't show up. We're at this point now.
Wow.
And they were in Canada. That's what's
that was the other reason when them lights went off. I was like, oh no.
Like it would have been a good time, right? This would have been a good if you're gonna bring them back, this would have been the time. It's kind of starting to feel like Pittsburgh and Britt. It's like, damn, if you don't bring them back in Canada, where the fuck are you gonna bring them back at?
Yeah, so, I would have slid down in my seat if they came back from the lights off. At
minimum, you have to. I fucking hate this song. If he does return, it's got to be Judas. Like, I mean, I don't want to, but you got to. Let's gonna try to come with a new song, but I would come back with Judas if I were you. Like, if he goes to WWE, I would go with Judas, right? Or do you just do the Break the Walls Down?
I think at this point, if he does a WWE return, it might be Judas.
Right?
It might be Judas if he does WWE
but
return.
Break the Wall Down that's Jericho as fucking WWE.
He don't need that song no more, man. He's moved on from the song.
Yeah, you're right. I never honestly really thought it fit him because he was always pitching this rock shit, and that's essentially like a hip hop song. The guy's rapping in it.
Break the walls down.
You know? Some fake ass Rage Against the Machine shit, I think. I appreciate that, Brent. Rovan F2 says, I love how the luchadors keep showing out in AEW. That's one of my favorite elements about AEW is randomly you'll get some of the legit best luchadors in the entire world doing their thing on the show and having big showcases. But I don't know if I've ever seen anything like Dorada did in that three-way. Like, we've seen some great showcases, but this shit was something else.
Yeah. Oh, somebody said we're getting a Death Rebel Break the Walls Down. That's hilarious.
Oh no.
Break the walls. Jericho.
Because you gotta let him know who it is. Jericho. Please no. Chris, don't let him do that to you. Don't let him do that to you, CJ. I appreciate that, Rovan. And then Issa Davis says, I got my tickets to Wrestle Dream. Phil, if you come to my city with Chicago clothes on, we're gonna have issues.
Yeah, I might be there. I don't know.
With Chicago clothes on too.
That's it. Tell Mercy Lee and all the boys to chill out, man.
That's what I was gonna say. Shout out to the Lou, man. Shout out to the same lunatics, man. It should be a good time out there. I appreciate that, Issa David. Appreciate everybody for submitting those super chats. That's all of them.
See, we got Humper chats here. We've got some from Tony P. He says the Graps were grappling on AEW. Plus fans got some needed returns and new additions. The 3 p.m. show really are damn blessing. And 9-match format is perfect for them. It makes the show just flow. I hope the announcement is tag belts. What y'all think? I hope it's women's tag belts.
Yeah, I can't think of any other things that would happen because I don't think they're going to announce a new show or streaming or anything like that. It could only be something like that at this point.
Yeah. More from Tony P. He says, I like that they pulled the trigger on Stat, even with the anticlimactic ending. It was still a good call. Kyle proved he is a future world champion. Glad to see Rio shook off the rust and wonder who they will get to beat Mercedes after she gets to belts 10 and 11.
I think she's going to get to 10 and then that's it. She's gonna start dropping some of these belts.
Ty Dillinger style. Yeah, I thought my man was gonna come out and hit that 10. They were doing all that other homecoming stuff on Wednesday. They didn't have Sean come out there.
The Big 10, Spears.
Yeah, which by the way, when I seen Finn come out there and do the old entrance and it was like had the hands up and like the old theme music, I was like, listen, we've done this Judgment Day stuff enough. We've got our fill of it. Get back to my man doing what he does best. Get this guy back into singles wrestling. Get him back with his theme. What are we waiting on? Why is he not doing that? And he looked so happy. I was like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. I was just thinking, damn, they still have this guy. Like, that's still him. Like, he can still wrestle the same. He still represents all of that. Why not?
Bro, enough.
Yeah.
Get Finn back to this on TV. What are we
like
doing?
Every time I think about like just sitting in the back there, it's like Finn Balor and AJ Styles. I'm like, what dude? These are generational talents that are just chilling.
Nah, man. I've been over Judgment Day too. It's time.
It is. Road Dogg, I saw you. Somebody asked Road Dogg, was it Road Dogg if he would redo DX? They said if you redo DX these days, and he just said all the people from Judgment Day. I was like, that's Judgment Day. He's like, oh, Rhea, JD McDonough. I'm like, dog, you're just naming the Judgment Day.
SmackDown is not a good show either.
SmackDown is not a good show.
I don't. Yeah.
And he's the head. And that, when he says stuff, I'm like, oh, I see why SmackDown's like that. Idiots.
Yeah. We've got some more from Tony P. I'm trying to see if we got any more AEW Humper chats.
Mm-hmm.
Vance Wembley says, so glad we only had one pay-per-view to watch last night, and the Fed didn't give us a nothing burger just to draw the eyes of a couple hundred marks away from multiple matches a year contenders. Fuck the Feds. Welcome back, Eddie, and Jurassic Frex is greater. Then he also says, sing it, reunited, and feels so good. Also, congrats to our new Women's World Champion, Chris Statlander. Kyle Fletcher and Hangman killed it, while MJF and Mark Briscoe killed each other. Do we all agree the announcement is women's tag belts or what? Yeah, that feels like what most of us want.
I think we're pretty locked into that at this point. It's starting to become a consensus. So hopefully.
Yeah. Then we got one from Tyrone Kidd. He says, morning, Reg. I would greet the other fella, but I know he counter-programmed my football Sunday. Thanks, Triple Phil. Dallas walking the Bears, LOL. Otherwise, I enjoy Super Saturday. Shout out to Vecchio and EL. But Anthony Khan needs to book Beth versus Bane /stat right now.
He do need
agreed.
to book that. Definitely
agreed. But yes, people are saying we did get another pay-per-view on Saturday night. WWE Wrestlepalooza. I can't stop saying it that way since Cody came back in SmackDown and said it because I thought it was hilarious. Cody being this like Cody almost being like this 90s quarterback is the funniest shit ever, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like he had his like windbreaker on last night and like his matching hat. I was like, Cody is hilarious, bro.
He's the jock. He's the high school football quarterback champ that won state, and we dedicate days of the week to him.
Yeah. But yeah, we got Wrestlepalooza taking place in Indianapolis. It's like not far from your boy. At Gainsbridge Fieldhouse. Got a quick, I think it's 5 matches.
5 matches.
5 matches. It was very interestingly, it almost was 6 matches. They were teasing the triple threat for the WWE Women's Championship. Tiffany Stratton versus Nia Jax and Jade Cargill. Boy, I hope after this match we're done with this matchup.
Yes,
because Tiffany has wrestled these same 2 people way too many times. If you're
when
not putting
Nia came back to confront her, I'm like, why is Nia coming back to confront her? That's all they ever do here.
Yeah, she has wrestled those two wrestlers way too many times. If one of them is not beating Tiffany this time, we've got to move her on to some new opponents because, yeah, enough. Enough.
Yeah, so this was the first first show on the ESPN deal. Did you have any trouble logging into your thing? Because I saw a lot of people having issues even getting to the show. Brian and Dave were doing some funny bits on their show, and some people on the timeline that I thought it would be easier. Like Denise was saying, she was having issues even getting the stuff on to her TV.
Yeah, I logged in early, so I didn't have any issues with it. I logged in before the pay-per-view, so all I had to do was just pull it up when the pay-per-view actually started. Yeah, I saw people talking about doing illegal things on the timeline to watch this pay-per-view.
Yep.
That was very funny. A lot of talk of VPN, people talking about, hey, I'm going to be streaming this on TikTok or something. I was like, I don't know if you can do that, but all right.
Not do that.
But yeah, we started this show with Brock Lesnar versus John Cena, the old Brock Lesnar special. Put me on first so I can get up out of here. John Cena is really retiring. And again, I am having these moments of I don't know how to process this because I have never been this big fan of John Cena, but John Cena has been such a constant in wrestling that it feels weird that he's not going to be a part of wrestling. And he keeps doing these very John Cena things. And I'm like, he's really going away. And I don't know how to process that. He came out and he like had his like yellow, Indiana Pacers themed t-shirt for the Indiana crowd, and then he like motions to the door and all these kids come running out with their matching shirts and like their towels. It was the most adorable thing I've ever seen, and I was just like, bro, he's really going away. I don't know why is this happening. And so he does that. The entrance was fantastic. What a cool moment. Again, I continue to say, why were you trying to make this guy a heel and do this? Why didn't you just have him do this farewell tour the entire time?
Every time I see, and Phil, these kids don't even know Prime. They don't know Prime John Cena. These kids are 6 years old. 6 years ago, he was a movie star. You know what I mean? They don't know why people feel this way about him, and they still love him like today.
And I mean, bro, the pop when he came out, man.
Yes,
he's still Cena. That crowd was very happy to see him. He came out there and then had a nothing burger of a match with Brock Lesnar.
Why would you do the kids thing when you're going to do this in this match? I don't understand it.
This is part of my issue with the way they brought Brock Lesnar back. Besides the elephant in the room of how they brought him back. They haven't done anything new with Brock Lesnar in a very long time. They're still doing this. Hey, he's this big dominant monster. He comes out, beats you.
He pops up. We didn't know he was going to be here. It's a shocking surprise, but it's not shocking because he does it the same way.
He hits a bunch of F5s, beats you, leaves, and then for some reason he's angry with everybody else. So he's gonna on the way out, he's gonna F5 Michael Cole or a referee. I just could not care less about Brock Lesnar as a character. Like not just like Brock Lesnar as a part of this company. As a character, I have not cared about Brock Lesnar in a long time. And this match is prime example of why. It's the same thing over and over again. Comes out, spams the finishers. That's it. You set up
Suplex City, same shit. We've seen the same ass match.
We've
just seen this same match before.
The same match over and over. They're trying to get people on this same shock of the way Brock beat Cena 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And if this is to set up another match, I don't care.
This is probably, there's been a lot of out of place retirement things, but this one feels the most out of place. Like this doesn't even make sense. Like what?
Yeah. You mean to tell me we're reheating this Brock stuff from 10 years ago instead of just doing an AJ match on this card?
And if you're doing the nostalgia run, why did you do why is he getting squashed by Brock? I don't even, it didn't even make sense. We're in this retirement thing. That's not a retirement match.
I didn't care about this, and I know people are going to do the usual thing they do every time Brock does this. It's big business, and they see Brock as a big star, and so you're getting the heat off of beating him, and like you got the shots of the kids in the crowd crying. We've done this 10 years ago. We've done this same thing over and over again. I promise you, I don't care. Like, do something else, man. Yeah. Please do something else. So we got the usual. John Cena hit 2 AAs. It looked like he was setting up to win. Then Brock just jumps up, it hits him with 3 or 4 F5s, wins, hits the referee with an F5 on the way out. Oh, and for other nostalgic reasons, Paul Heyman did the entrance, which why? It makes no fucking sense for him to do him. He hasn't been paired with Brock Lesnar all this time, but we've got casual fans watching, so let's do this nostalgia thing.
That's what they remember.
I didn't care. And I felt at least good that it wasn't just me when I got on the timeline and everybody was saying that this match sucked and this was stupid. So I was like, good. I saw the Bleacher Report article that's going around that everybody is sharing. I did not write that article. That's by Chris Rawlings. And I agree with him. I think that they have very much fumbled this farewell tour. It felt like a big cash grab. John Cena goes to all of these different cities. Hey, go buy this shirt. Go buy this hat. Go buy these overpriced tickets to see him. But the actual direction of this farewell tour has not been good.
It's like they're rehashing all these old things and telling all these old stories, but they're still telling them the old way. Like they're not adding anything new. Like we're not going to look back and be like, well, that really added to the Brock Lesnar and Cena legacy. You know what I mean? Like they're not doing anything different. Everything's kind of laid out the same. It all seems kind of lazy, I think is what the thing is. It's like, it's so simple. You could have just made these matches, have John Cena go out, have a competitive match or have something that actually tells a good story and it'll work. But they just keep not doing that. Like, why are you? Brock Lesnar doesn't need heat, you guys. Why are you getting heat on fucking Brock Lesnar?
That's what I'm saying. And the thing is, if you're gonna do that, fine. But you've been doing the exact same thing to get heat on this guy for so long. Do something else, man. Please do something else. We've got 5 appearances left for John Cena. 5. That's all we got left, and I think that's what makes this even more jarring. You had one. You had one of his last pay-per-view appearances, and you wasted on this nothing Brock match.
The first show on ESPN, like all this, it was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Doesn't make sense. You're trying to push, hey, tune in on ESPN because we got Brock Lesnar, and this is it. 8-minute match, guys. See you later. Yeah.
Interesting. 5 more appearances. They had 6 appearances, and they're like, one of them we're gonna have Brock Lesnar beat your ass.
Yeah. I honestly, I turned the app on while Hangman and Fletcher were still going, so I have it on while this match was going. And when I saw where the match was going, first of all, I hate the pacing of WWE pay-per-views. I think currently that's one of the things that AEW does better with their pay-per-views. There's all these ads and stuff. It took 30 minutes it felt like 30 minutes just to get to this first match. And then it was 8 minutes. It was just like, okay. And so, yeah.
Then there's another 20 minutes between the next match. It's just
more ads, more filler, more segments, and just not. It's 5 matches on this card. Just get straight to the matches. I thought that was the whole point of doing like this shortened 5-match card is so it's no filler, it's straight to the matches. Why you have all this filler and ads in between it, man? I don't understand that.
Filler. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Like, if it's a 5-match card, why is it still 2 to 3 hours? Just get straight to the matches. I don't understand that.
A 2-hour show with 5 cards, 5 matches.
Yeah. We got the Vision, Bronson Reed, Brian Breaker. Also lovingly dubbed the Bronze, simply. They came out with their matching leather jackets to take on the Usos, who are back together as a tag team. They did their big entrance during through the crowd.
Bigger than The Rock, bigger than The Undertaker, Jimmy Uso says.
Did he say that?
You didn't see that clip?
I didn't see that.
they interviewed the Usos and they were asking them about the entrance and Yeet, and Jimmy was like, I didn't think it would get bigger than the Undertaker's entrance, but it is. I didn't think it'd get bigger than the Rock's entrance, but it is.
I like that. I like that Jimmy is 10 toes down for his brother. Jimmy is my favorite Uso, by the way.
Bro also said that they've been saying Yeet since they were kids. I thought that was funny. Even though Yeet's like a maybe 10-year-old thing at most. But, whatever. It's theirs now. They got it. You got it.
Hey, man. Listen, get your lies off. It's cool.
These are big lies. You were not saying Yeet as kids. Why are you saying that?
Get your lies off, though. It's fun. I thought this match was entertaining. I thought that it served its purpose to advance the story between Division and Jey Uso. Jey Uso is teasing this idea that he may turn heel, which sounds like the craziest thing in the world for one of your most over baby faces, but that's what they're doing. They started teasing this going on from the last pay-per-view. It seems like Jey is taking more and more advice from Roman Reigns. He's getting more and more into where he was before as what was going to be the heir to the tribal chief. And so I don't buy that he's going to turn heel because that sounds absolutely insane.
Why would you do that? Yeah,
that sounds insane. But that was all throughout this match because LA Knight was the special guest referee, and there's still some tension between LA Knight and Jey from the Fatal 4-Way from the last pay-per-view. And so in the breakdown to the end of this match, Jey was focusing a lot on LA Knight. He tried to hit him with a chair at one point, ends up getting speared on the outside. And that's what leads to his downfall in this match. He ends up getting speared in the ring and then hit with a tsunami. The Bronze picked up the win. I think overall the match itself was really entertaining. It looked like he got really lit up at one point because he was bleeding. Yeah, he got busted open doing something. I missed where it happened.
Apparently, I saw the clip. When he went to use the chair, he accidentally busted himself open. With the chair? Yeah, and it was bad.
Yeah, he's bleeding bad at one point. But yeah, we got some of the stuff between these two teams. Braun Breaker is just undeniable, man. That guy is going to be a big star someday.
He's kind of being lost away in this tag team, I think. He might be a little bit bigger than that.
Well, we're going to get to it but I do think when Roman does come back, that's going to be the big one-on-one match. So I think he'll eventually be fine. I have to assume there's going to be a War Games or something. I don't know. But yeah, Braun looks like the guy that's going to eventually break out from this group. Yep. He was great here tonight. His spear is still the best spear in that company. Just insanely athletic, just how quickly he moves, it's crazy. I think Bronson Reed has benefited a lot from having the match from Roman the last pay-per-view and then having the tag match here. He still feels like a big threat. The tsunami still feels like this thing where you're done after you get hit with that. So that's good. Big Jim is my favorite member of this tag team. The swanton he hit in this match was clean. I think he is the better in-ring performer of the two. I think he's the better talker. Yeah, Big Jim's the guy to me.
He's still Jey Uso is super over, but there's still moments when I'm watching him where not that he feels nervous, but he is not as confident as Jim is. Jim is always the camera's on, I'm the man, and I don't feel like every moment Jey Uso feels like he's the man. I still feel like I know they were playing up as a story, but it feels like he's am I supposed to be here? He has a lot of imposter syndrome. It kind of comes across as.
Yeah, maybe so. But I mean, he did have a good year, but yeah, it's something about Jimmy, man. Just the way he talks, the way he carries himself. I still think all the time about him, doing that dance in the middle of the ring when Jay's music is on. It's really, really funny. And like I said, man, he hit some of his spots. The spot that he had in the War Games match last year was crazy. The swanton last night was really cool. But yeah, Braun's picked up the win. I'm sure we're not done with this. I was not surprised that the Usos lost because we're still cooking with this reunion for them. I don't think this is the end goal for them. I do think they're going to end up challenging for the titles at some point, and they're probably going to win them. I still say, man, I don't know what you're doing with Ray Phoenix on that other show, but WrestleMania should be the Lucha Bros versus the Usos.
Come on. We need it. We want it. We got to see it at least once.
Come on, bro. We're not doing that. I don't know why.
At least once.
But yeah, match of the night. Stephanie Becker taking on Io Sky for the vacant WWE Women's World Championship. I don't think it should come as a surprise to anybody that this was the best match on this card. I think we all predicted that coming into this show, just because of the type of year Io Sky has been having. She is a phenomenal wrestler. And, Stephanie is earmarked as somebody with a bright future with this company. She doesn't really miss in the ring either. And, I thought that they killed it.
I mean, this was people's match of the night when they even heard that the match was going to be happening, that people are like, oh, that'll be the best match of the show. Everybody, if you haven't been on the internet in the last couple of hours, has seen the finish to this match because it's fucking beautiful. The way that Stephanie has excelled up this card and became one of the hottest wrestlers on the brand and earning a spot like this while working the way that she does is really a feat, honestly. You know what I mean? Like she almost, like, when someone's great like this, you think that there's a way for them to ruin it or something to go against what makes her great, and they keep enhancing what makes her great.
Yeah. She hasn't really changed the way she wrestles that much.
No, not really.
She still has a lot of stuff that she had before she came to WWE, and it's working with the crowd. Of course, they're putting emphasis on the Devil's Kiss thing, which I still don't quite get, but it's very much over with their fan base. She wrestled a great match, targeted Io's knee for most of the match, which is her calling card. Technical, mat-based style wrestling, and can still do the big high-flying stuff as well. I thought Io as well, playing into the mat game and then doing like the knee strikes, the big knees in the corner. We have never seen her go. We have never seen her go all the way in and go with an exposed knee strike in the corner. I think that put over how like desperate Io was to win this match, which we've got story elements leading to that. But yeah, the finish to this was amazing. Io goes for the over the moonsault and misses because they're teeing up that it took her a little bit too long to get up there because she's favoring the knee, and that set up the spiral tap at the end. Picture perfect spiral tap.
Beautiful.
And Stephanie Becker is your new WWE Women's World Champion. I guess I should have expected that they have her stamped for this spot. I mean, when they did the press conference for WrestleMania 43, she was right up there with all the rest of the wrestlers. She's been a big part of the press coming into this show. She did some of the interviews and stuff coming into it. So it kind of felt like they've been teeing this up since she came to the main roster. Even the way that she lost the title to come to the main roster, it felt like they have fast-tracked this woman because they see it. They see we've already got something in her. And I'm not surprised by that at all. Like I said, she is an exceptional wrestler. She's got a great look. She checks a lot of boxes that they usually like over there. So I knew it was going to work. And she's gotten over very quickly over there.
She has.
Yeah.
I usually take more time with kind of establishing that. I think her being fast tracked from NXT to the main roster too played a lot. Like they just knew they had one in her, and they kind of went right for it. Do you think she would have beat Naomi too? Do you think this was inevitable for her to win at this point?
I don't think that she's going to beat Naomi, but I think Naomi having to go on a hiatus because of her pregnancy may have sped this up.
Yeah.
I wanted Io to win because I think there's still story stuff to do with Io, but of course we've got the lingering stuff with her and Asuka in the backstage segments leading up to this match. Io's been like, nope, I want to win on my own, stay out of it. She made Asuka and Kyrie promise to not get involved in this match, and Asuka was like, "You better win." And so ever since Io lost that match, Asuka has been tweeting all these emojis. She's never going to let Io live this down. We are definitely getting Io versus Asuka in some form this year. I don't know where. I don't know what are the stakes. But it's definitely happening.
Io Sky for the last 2.5 years. Every time that we've heard that WWE's had a great women's match, she's been involved. Like every single time, like it never fails. For like every time there's like a big WWE women's match, you're like, oh yeah, and Io Sky's the best wrestler in the world. Like that's how incredible of a year she's been having.
Yeah. This match was very, very good. Easily one of the best matches of this weekend.
Yep.
Again, to nobody's surprise, given the two women that are in it.
Right. Two of the best in that company.
Yeah, for sure. I do think they've got to get to it with those women's titles. I don't think that they've booked either of their main women's titles particularly well this year. I mean, we just talked about how repetitive they've gotten with Tiffany's reign. I hope that if you're not putting this belt on Jade next week on SmackDown, I don't know why. I think you've got to move forward with Jade as a heel. And you've got to figure it out with both of those women's titles. The U.S. title is not in a great place either. I thought that Chelsea was a great U.S. champion, and the emphasis that belt had, that the Intercontinental belt has now, is very glaring. And it was the opposite at one point. And so it's strange to see, but it's also just strange to see how they don't seem to know what the direction is with Julia. Not quite sure what they're doing with her.
She hasn't been on TV half the time. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah. So, I do think they've got to figure it out with their main titles and the U.S. title. But CM Punk and AJ Lee took on Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins in a mixed tag match. This was one of the matches that was used as the draw for this pay-per-view. And you can very much tell going into the match, this match got the most time. AJ Lee's pop was what you expected. Just as crazy as it seems, CM Punk came out, got a very good reaction, and then his wife came out, and the crowd was way louder. So yeah, there's that. The Rollins family came down from the skies with their matching purple raincoats and their sunglasses. It looked as ridiculous as they wanted it to.
Very ridiculous looking.
Yeah, Punk came out with his AJ's husband jacket on. That's where I knew what kind of match this was going to be.
And it was exactly that kind of match too. Very long match.
Yeah, very long. I think that they could have cut some time off of this.
Definitely.
But I did like the way they worked it. It was essentially like a house show style match where it's like, we know you're here to see AJ Lee, so we're going to keep doing all this stuff to refrain from getting AJ in the ring. And so initially, Seth and Becky doing the, no, you get in there. No, you get in there. And they're like doing like these like tags and getting out of the ring. And at one point, they're like joking back and forth. And then Seth acts like he's going to get in the ring and wrestle. And then he just rolls back out the ring. And then they stand outside and laugh. And they start to make out for some reason. And then Punk comes out of nowhere and dives on them. It really was built around that dynamic the entire match. So when we do finally get AJ in, I thought AJ looked good for someone that hasn't wrestled in 10 years. I mean, still in great shape, but
amazing shape.
I thought she moved well. Her crossbody that she did off the top rope still looked good. The Black Widow still looks good. I see a lot of people say that the strikes, she's got to lay those strikes in, but she's still from a different era where they wanted you to hit like a girl, so you weren't doing that. But I do think that was the only glaring thing from the match that I didn't think hit from her. It was just some of those strikes looked a bit weak. I don't know. Yeah,
all the rest of it though looked like she could fit right in, like she's gonna be hooping with everybody else. I mean, there was gonna be ring rust and things that she needed to get better at, and the strikes were the thing. But I think the rest of it, she's like fitting right in.
Yeah, I thought overall, I thought she looked good. I thought the stuff that they did, the Seth and Becky doing the stereo pedigrees at one point. The Punk and AJ did this really cool wheelbarrow assisted sliced bread that looked cool. There was some stuff that I think that they tried to get too inventive, like their big table spot where they were trying to set up like the dueling pedigrees on the table, and then it turned into AJ just getting hurled at the other table to knock both of the other two wrestlers off, and then the table just fell apart.
The way that she smacked on that table was looked like it hurt.
It did. I was like, are they okay?
Shit.
Yeah, but I thought the match was fine. It just was too the worst thing about it was it just was too long.
That's it.
But I thought the dynamic and just like the mixed tag aspect of it worked. Very much built around making AJ Lee feel like the biggest draw of this, and she was. I mean, the crowd was there to see her. The match was centered around her. Even having Rollins sell her offense at some point. Like the dueling sharpshooters at one point, and like some of the other offense I think was fine, but yeah, this match did not need to be almost 30 minutes.
No, this is not a 30-minute contest. Most of it was them cutting Punk off for the ring and like you said, building to the big AJ hot tag, but they could have cut like 7 minutes off of this and it would have been fine.
Yeah, I also think it probably should have just been the main event.
It should have been, yeah, especially because I thought they were going to do something special or over the top to end the show, and they just didn't. And I was like, well, why didn't you guys? The tag match could have been here.
Yeah, but it was fine. AJ Lee forced Becky Lynch to tap out. I definitely think that is to set up an eventual intercontinental title match between the two at a pay-per-view at some point. And I'm excited for that. I think that match, actually more excited for that match than this mixed tag match.
Well, you really get to see what AJ can do in that. This was kind of getting the spider webs off, you know?
Yeah. I'm not sure where they're going to go forward with the Punk and Rollins dynamic. I am sure we're probably going to get another one-on-one match. I'm not sure where. They teased Cody versus Rollins in the post-show, which is going to be the Crown Jewel Championship match at Crown Jewel in Perth. Seth Rollins needs to win this match.
Yes.
He's lost to Cody so many times. You cannot have him as champion lose, especially when you're pushing him as like the main heel act on Raw. If he just goes in and loses, like
it's kind of like crazy.
Point in that? Like, but the stare down they did in the post show was fine. Like I said, Cody in his windbreaker in his head. Hilarious.
Well, and then they had Cody win last year too. He beat Gunther, so I don't know if you should do that 2 years in a row.
Yeah. Somebody put up the clip of Seth talking trash to Shinsuke during his match, and people are like, we don't give Seth enough credit for his like in-ring trash talking, because the whole exchange is like, that's when he had like the highly publicized back issues, and he's like rolling around and he's like, you make my wife worry, don't make her worry, don't make her worry.
You make my wife worried.
Which that's not the most iconic Seth Rollins trash talk. You're never gonna get better than, oh yeah, climb one leg, huh? Yeah, climb one leg, Ambrose, huh? Yeah, climb one leg.
Fucking Seth Rollins, man.
Yeah. Main event was
the title match.
Main event was kind of underwhelming to me, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think with the way that they set this up, and they set it up as like this big like retribution for Drew McIntyre, because he's been looked over and he had to attack Cody to get the attention to even get this match. He kind of had a point in all of this as well. When they did the interview with him on SmackDown, they're like, why did you do this? And they're like, why are y'all asking me why I attacked him? Go back and look at the footage. He attacked me. He threw me into the post, and then he started clearing off the announce table like he was gonna put me through the table. I kicked him through the announce table before he did it. Why are y'all all looking at me like I did something wrong?
Mm-hmm. They didn't
And
get
I was
it.
like, he kind of got a point, which he's kind of saying some of the same things that Kevin Owens was saying at one point.
Right.
Why y'all keep treating this guy like he's just like this perfect guy? He never does anything wrong. Like, this guy's manipulative. He's a liar.
It's always on the other guy.
Everybody else is always wrong. Like, why are y'all like, y'all don't see what he was doing? Like, why is it on me? So I was like, you have the point. But he was in the same spot that I'm saying Seth is in coming into this pay-per-view. I was like, Drew has been kind of directionless since the Punk feud. Like,
right.
I think he's a guy that's needed to be back in the world title for a picture for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And the second you put him back in, he's like right in the spot as like first challenger for Cody after the Cena match. So you already know he's gonna lose.
Right.
And it's just like, I wish they wouldn't have done that, because it's like, now what?
He's right back to the same place.
Yeah. And so I saw a lot of people saying that Drew needs to win. And I just was thinking the whole time, there's no way he's going to win.
He's not going to.
I mean, maybe they could have just like had Drew win. And I think Cody is still filming Street Fighter. They could have just done this to write Cody off for a while and then did a rematch when he came back. But I just didn't buy it. It very much feels like this match was tacked on at the last minute. It felt like they needed another match for this card, and they
needed Cody on this card, and they needed somebody, a viable opponent for him.
They had already teased Cody.
Mm-hmm.
And so it feels like this was tacked on, that put Cody on at the last minute. And like Sheldon saying in our chat, I just did not buy. You're putting Cody on and you're treating Cody as like the face of this era of WWE. I just did not buy he was going to lose their debut on ESPN. I just didn't see it.
Not for like a story that hasn't been super built up. Like, I like Drew deserves to be in this spot, but it wasn't. They weren't telling us that he was going to win, you know?
Yeah, no. And so this match was fine. It it didn't really blow me away. I think the wrestling in itself was fine. The finish was set up on the outside again, where you're treating Drew like, well, why are you looking at me? Why? Look at him. Look what he's doing. And so he's setting Cody up to claymore him through the table like he did on SmackDown. And the referee jumps in to stop him. And I was just like, well, wait a minute. What is he doing that's illegal? It's not like he's using a chair. It's not like he's using a weapon. He's using his finishing move that he always used. He's just using the surrounding area to make it more dangerous. Why are you stopping him from doing it? He's using a wrestling move.
Right. And anytime they have the referees be smart all of a sudden, when like they don't do this in any other match, it always kind of takes away from it.
Yeah. Now, maybe you're supposed to feel like that as an audience and feel like, well, Drew is being wronged here.
Are you?
But I don't know. So yeah, referee stops him from doing the claymore, and then he goes for the claymore and he misses, goes straight through the announce table, which looked like it really hurt. I was like, oh man. Kudos to them, because they made that look devastating. He looked like he was really hurt. Ends up getting dragged back in the ring. Cody picks up the win.
That's it.
And that was just kind of
a short match too. Like, it didn't.
Yeah.
It felt like, oh, it's over.
Yeah, and I think that's another reason why I felt like if you're going to give all that time to the mixed tag match, it should have main evented. And then once you made the decision to not make the main event, you should have cut some time off of it and added it to the main event, which adds to my theory that this was tacked on. This wasn't the plan. I definitely think initially the mixed tag match was going to main event.
I feel like it was too. It doesn't. Every time they're saying it wasn't, I was like, well, why wouldn't they? They've been giving it, like you said, all the TV time, building it up. They're the faces of this show. It felt like that was going to be. And then the time, like everything around it, it was like, this felt like it was going to be the main event, but they wanted to put the world title on top. And I'm not mad at it, but you should have just treated it more like it's a huge world title match instead of just like another Cody Rhodes match.
Yes. Yeah, this was underwhelming. I don't know where you go from here with Drew. Maybe there's going to be a rematch at some point, but it's ironic that Punk famously wrestled The Undertaker at WrestleMania, and then he did Colt's podcast after he left the company, and he was like, yeah, they were telling me how proud I should be of this match, and he was like, okay, well, who's going to be at work Monday? Because it ain't going to be Undertaker. And he's like, so what good does that do for me? I beat this guy, and then he goes away. And then, of course, he's like, Vince, like, oh, well, I disagree. Phil, you're going to be the hottest heel in the company. And it feels like that's exactly what's happening to Drew McIntyre. He had this great feud with Punk. Punk got the win over him, and Punk moved into the world title picture, and Drew is just languishing now.
Just a guy.
And I don't know how he gets out of that holding pattern he's in.
This isn't the way, having him lose these matches. You got to like build some momentum for the guy.
Yeah. That is WrestlePalooza. Not much to write home about. This very much felt like a hyped up episode of Saturday Night Main Event.
What I don't understand it, because I saw people saying a lot of the stuff that they were saying about Saturday Night's Main Event. It's a big platform. It's fucking NBC. A lot of people that don't watch your show regularly are gonna be watching it. Why are you putting on a BS half-ass show? What is this wrestling fan thing too, Phil, of like getting to the next show? It's like, oh, that didn't matter because we're to the next show. No show ever matters because no match ever matters. No nothing ever matters because it's about the next one. It's like, but what about this one though? Why can't you give me a good of this one?
The only reason I can see that talking point is because it's the debut on ESPN, and you're trying to get people to continue to tune in. So you're giving people a preview of where you're going with your storyline, so that people that are just tuning in for the debut on ESPN buy the next pay-per-view. I'm think there was
like, if you watch that show, this is your first time watching that show, and you were like, I want to watch another one, I'd be very surprised. Like this show, like if you're watching this ad produced show where most of it is fucking bullshit, why would you want to watch another one is my thing.
Yeah. So I'm saying I get people that are trying to look at it that way. I don't think there was enough here other than the women's match and the mixed tag match. They're like, oh, I want to see what happens next.
Right.
I don't think there was anything out of that main event and the ending of the show that was just like, oh, I want to see what they do next with this.
Like, what's Drew gonna do after this? You were just like, oh, Cody won. Can't wait to see.
I mean, there's some story elements from the tag match that I can see where people are like, okay, where is this going? Is Jay gonna turn heel? Sure. I personally don't care about where they go with Cena and Brock, but maybe you're supposed to believe that that's going to be the Perth match for John Cena is Brock. I guess. But yeah, I said I was going to get into this did it pay off thing and our verdict of the pay-per-views sort of going head to head. It's exactly what I thought. Going into this, I've been saying all along, this was never about putting on a better show than AEW. This was never about putting on a show next to AEW that was going to outpace what they do. I think this was about trying to get coverage on their show and get word of mouth on their show, trying to get searches on this show over searches for AEW. And in that vein, it worked. I met my dad for breakfast Saturday. My dad does not watch wrestling. And he was like, hey, so WWE's coming to ESPN, right? I said, yeah. And he's like asking me questions about it. And he's like, I know, the woman's back and she's wrestling with her husband. That's why they did this, because those casual fans and like people outside of wrestling paying attention to their product, that's who they're trying to get. They're not trying to get people that watch AEW to not watch AEW to watch their show. They're trying to expand their brand by moving to a bigger outlet and getting more word of mouth around their shows. And in that vein, it worked.
Yeah. Phil, we're in the wrestling business, and this last 2 weeks is probably the most advertisements I've seen on WWE on other things. Like, just like randomly Facebook, Instagram, whatever app that I'm on, it's some WWE on ESPN advertisement.
Absolutely. I think AEW by far had the better show, but the show that was advertised on SportsCenter throughout the week, and they were showing clips on like the SportsCenter page and all this other stuff, that was WWE. That was by design. And so I don't think that what they were attempting to do failed, because we have different ideas of what they were trying to do.
Right.
I do think by putting both of these shows next to each other, it emphasized what AEW does better than them. But I think the people that care about that are mostly people like us that are already AEW fans.
I already knew that. Yeah.
I don't think that it made WWE's product look necessarily good, because coming out of All Out, because All Out was the better show, like I said, hands down. And the style of wrestling that is on an AEW show is just so different. When you come from the high of that Kyle Fletcher Hangman match and then turn on Brock versus Cena, it's night and day. I think that annoyed me even more with the Brock match, because it's just like, after watching how good wrestling is on the other channel, and then you turn to this, and it's like, you want me to care about this? No, I don't care about this. And it felt that way through most of the show. I felt like most of this show did not live up to the in-ring product that AEW put on Saturday. Not even close.
Not even in the same ballpark. They seem like two different things. Like when they eventually tag an AJ, and then she slowly gets in and she poses, and it's just like a different energy. Different products. This is completely different products.
It's different products. And like I said, for my personal taste in wrestling, having these things next to each other, it emphasizes what I like about AEW and what I am personally not enjoying about WWE. But that doesn't matter to them.
Doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter to them. I think they're going to look at this weekend as a win, because in their minds, they're like, look, we made AEW move. We got the optic of making the move, and we got all of the press out of this. We got all of the coverage. We got the word of mouth and the positive buzz of being on ESPN. So I don't think that this backfired, to answer the question from earlier.
No,
I don't think even this backfired at all.
Even the negative press, I think, Phil, of people not being able to log on, of people blah blah blah, the switch, all of that is good for them. They're talking about them.
They're still going to point to the metric that look at how searched WrestlePalooza was that day.
Right. Yep.
Now I think that's flawed, but again, I'm not the target for what they're trying to do. I think that this weekend confirms what I've been saying all year, that AEW is having a better year. Currently, their product is better. They're in a better place creative. Their in-ring is much, much better at the moment. But the loyal WWE fan base, they don't care about none of that. They're going to keep watching. They're going to keep watching this, and they're going to tell you that WrestlePalooza was fine and they enjoyed it. It doesn't matter to them. And so
I saw a lot of people being like, Stephanie and EO is the best match of the weekend, best friend. Like it does nothing that AEW does over there is going to change people's minds.
It's not going to change. Like the people that are already locked in for AEW, they're going to watch. The people that are already locked in for WWE and they're loyal fans, they're going to watch this, and they're going to feel like they got what they wanted out of WrestlePalooza. And then also they're going to get to tee-hee about this optic that, we made AEW move.
So whatever they set out to do, they did it.
Yeah, but I don't think it's close. What was the better show on Saturday? And I don't think it's been particularly close all year. I think the AEW's run of pay-per-views this year has been miles better.
And I think that WWE saw that they don't need to have the better wrestling show. And that the winning for them is not, we had the better wrestling show that weekend.
What I will say is the good thing on AEW side is that what I initially thought as well of why it was the right call to just not even try to play their game, move your pay-per-view to the afternoon, run your race, cater to your audience, and the rest will fall into place. There's so much positive buzz from the fan base, the people that like AEW,
Yep.
And I think that matters more than trying to go head to head with a company that you're not going to beat at the moment. They've got this, the deck is stacked in their favor. You're not going to beat them in a lot of the metrics that they care about. But right now it's important to give someone like Statlander the win and show your loyal fan base like, yeah, we do care about pushing day one talent, and we do care about upward momentum in the women's division. I
it
think
pays off to watch our show. You will be rewarded for watching our show.
Yes, I think that like that was one of the big takeaways from All Out, that your patience in some of these storylines and the development and growth of some of these people will be rewarded. And so I think there's a lot of positives to come out of Saturday for AEW. But I think if people are just going to put like the numbers and the metrics up, it's not going to be in AEW favor. But that's by design. They want it to look that way. And that's why it to me, that kind of stuff is going to be what it is. And that's why I'm like, when people like backfire, it depends on how you're looking at it. I think if you're looking at it like from a critical stance, I don't think that it looked great to have your product next to AEW's product. But I don't think that's going to matter in the long run to WWE.
Because I think a lot of people didn't even know there was an AEW show happening because there's a WWE show happening. And that's the win. Yeah,
that's why they want to do that. Like the biggest talking point in the wrestling world is WWE debuted on ESPN streaming app.
Yep.
AJ Lee returned on ESPN streaming app.
Team with her husband on the ESPN streaming app.
John Cena wrestled Brock Lesnar again on ESPN's platform. It doesn't matter if the match was good. That's all stuff that all of us that are in the bubble are talking about, that this sucked. It's on the app and it's being talked about. That's all they care about.
Yep. Probably show clips of it on Sports Center. Like, I don't fuck that it sucked. I saw Brock Lesnar F5 John Cena.
Yep.
Oh, you thought it sucked? Oh, damn. That sucks. Oh, man. People thought that match sucked.
Bro, like, just like I said, Chris writing an article for Bleacher Report. Guess what? You're covering WWE and covering this match that you think wasn't good and a reception to John Cena's farewell tour during an AEW pay-per-view weekend.
That's it right there. Yeah. Yep.
Which is what I've told you guys.
You're covering a shitty match when you should be covering a not shitty match. You're still covering the match.
Which is what I told you guys from the beginning was the attempt here was to shift coverage to them. So, and I do think they're going to continue to do things like this. I know that a report came out that they're not going to, they don't have plans to counter program any other AEW pay-per-views this year, but I do think they're going to try and do it again next year.
Yeah. This isn't over. They might not have plans, but that don't mean it ain't going to happen, because it's definitely going to happen.
But I do feel good about AEW's product.
Same here.
I do think AEW had a good weekend. I am excited about a lot of stuff moving forward with the company. I think that's a good thing. On the other hand, I have been pretty bored with WWE's weekly product. I think creative has not been great. I think this has been Triple H's worst year as a booker.
And I think the worst part about this is it's not just you, Phil. I've seen like diehard WWE fans saying the same thing. They're like, it's fun, there's spectacle, there's all these things, there's return, there's AJ Lee, but like this week-to-week stories have not been great. They're all saying this is his worst time as booker. Like, it's a consensus, and that's not what you want coming out of these weekends.
It feels like a lot of the show is repetitive. It feels like we've seen the same thing over and over again. How many times are they going to do the Roman Reigns is returning? Roman Reigns gets the big pop. He comes back. He has the match set up. Then he leaves again for a few months. Repeat the cycle. And I've seen people say the vision is not working. The reason the vision isn't working is because their main wrestler that is the target of everything that Seth Rollins is doing isn't there. Like all of this stuff that should mean something, him stealing Roman's advocate, him stealing all of the trappings of what he was doing with the bloodline and taking over and like using his power to become champion, all this stuff, all of that stuff would hit harder if he had the foil next to him that would make it matter, but he ain't there. He ain't on TV. All of this is built around wait till Roman comes back.
Then he comes back for 2 weeks and he leaves again.
And then he leaves again.
Yeah. Wait till your father gets home as booking.
Yeah, send us your super chats. And send us your humper chats, humperchats.com/Fightful. We're gonna wrap it up and get up out of here.
Yes, sir. Let me read a couple of these super chats. I'll read these super chats and then that's it. The homie Brent Lockman says, last thing, Athena's already asking for Beth. Please, TK. Yes, we've seen the tweets. Athena's very excited about Beth being there, and we all want to see the match.
Yep.
Appreciate that, Brent. Thanks for all of your contributions today. Really appreciate them. Issa Davis says, Drew should have won, allowing Seth to win at Crown Jewel. I would be shocked if Seth beats Cody. Cody feels too protected right now.
Yeah, I think Seth needs to win though.
Yeah, it's like it's a good spot for Cody because you want to be in that Roman style. That's just what he's wanted in his life, to be in that unbeatable, protected style thing. But that doesn't do a lot for all the people we want to beat you, because you don't want to just become Roman again where you're beating everybody, you know?
Yeah.
But WWE likes guys like that, so
absolutely.
Appreciate that. He said. Then Adrian Carpenter says the big AEW has biggest problem. AEW come on. Biggest problem AEW has is Warner Brothers Discovery. They're terrible at promoting AEW. AEW needs a better TV partner. I will say, I wouldn't say that's their biggest problem. I think that's a big get to have, is a TV promotion behind you. I will say on the HBO Max app though, I've talked about it before, you wouldn't know that I was a wrestling fan, and I watch AEW every week. Like, it's so hard to get to AEW events. You got to type it in, then it's down the page. Like, they don't have it on the splash page. Like, I was thinking it was going to be more accessible. If you don't know what AEW is, you click on the app and they advertise it to you. They don't. Like, you have to know, you have to be searching for wrestling to find wrestling on that app. I will say that's the one thing that kind of sucks about the streaming part.
I do think there were the few weeks where I had that main complaint, but now, like, you just have to know where to go. On the splash page, there's like a slide that has like all of the upcoming live streaming things, like sports and stuff, and AEW is usually on there, but you have to know to look for it there.
Right.
It's, if you don't know that, like, then you don't know. You're gonna go and type it in a search. But because I always know it's going to be there, I know to just go there. I don't think they've done a great job of promoting it. And that goes to my point as well. If the ESPN debut was not this weekend, the thing we'll be talking about is AEW debuting on HBO Max.
Right. Yeah, that's like a 6th, 7th, 8th story of the thing, of them debuting.
That's now moved down all the way down. In the order of news stories, because ESPN and WWE being in business, it superseded everything. And
the best part is, Phil, everyone is saying how flawless it was. They're saying it looks great, it ran great, like it everything worked in AEW's favor, and that still it just was swallowed by all the other news stories.
And I do think that Max did a better job than they do of like the weekly show of promoting that the pay-per-view is on Max. But yeah, I think it's also getting over this hump with people of like, well, why do we still have to pay for it and all this other stuff? But
because that was a lot of talk this week of I'm playing extra over here. It's a lot of money talk this week on both shows.
Yeah. We did not talk about the segment from WrestlePalooza, the announcement that Stephanie McMahon will be the first inductee from next year's class of Hall of Fame.
So I was just thinking, like, how genuine the whole thing felt. Like, I watched it and I was all, this feels like Stephanie didn't know about this. It felt so genuine, natural, everything. Undertaker riding down on his motorcycle. All this felt like a part of the show.
They tried to kill two birds with one stone here, and they tried to get us an Undertaker pop of like, what's Undertaker's music playing for? And then Undertaker rides down on his motorcycle and he gets a microphone and he's talking to Stephanie from the barricade in the crowd, and then he climbs over the barricade, sits next to her, and starts talking to her. And that's when we get the reveal that she's being put in the Hall of Fame. Boy, was the segment awkward. So Stephanie is trying to look surprised, and I just don't buy it. It very much felt like the Triple H reveal from last year, where it's like, you mean my best friend and Undertaker and my wife are here? Get out of town. What are you guys doing here?
The way that she's trying to be like, oh, I don't know. Wait, what are you saying? I don't know what you're saying. I'm like, Stephanie, stop doing this. We know that you guys pillow talk. When you said, hey, we're gonna put you in the Hall of Fame, he was like, oh yeah, and then next year I'll fucking put you in. Like, we all know what this was. It's fine.
Right. The camera's on her the whole time when Undertaker's coming down, and so he's coming down to talk to her. The camera's on her. She's sitting in a specific spot. At no point do I feel like, oh well, she doesn't know why she's sitting here. She doesn't know why they sent her out there to sit there. What? And just even like her facial expressions when she was just like, oh, thank you. Like, it doesn't feel like genuine surprise at all.
No, it doesn't. And then the way that he looks now with this, like, he got the bandana and the hat, he has gray hairs, and it's just like, what's happening here?
Bro, at one point during this segment, I was like, what's happening? Because he says, we've always been great friends, and we should keep it that way. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? What?
The way that I found out about this is because you were in a group chat. You're like, why is the Undertaker flirting with Stephanie McMahon? And I was like, wait, what's happening?
That's what he said. He's like, we've always been great friends and we should keep it that way, right? And she's like, yeah, uh-huh. I was like, what's going on? What's happening right now?
That way is funny as hell. Oh man.
Yeah, so we get the reveal, and then of course we got to get the clip of your favorite Credit Boy backstage, and Jesus like Christ. they're embraced and they're like talking and whispering and having this tender moment, and I was just like, okay. I did see someone, I believe it was Kelsey, friend of the show, they called her Credit Girl, and I died laughing.
Like, kudos. I'm gonna give the boy one kudos. He wasn't out there for the boy. This. So
didn't he start the show?
I mean, for the Hall of Fame part, he definitely was out there starting the
show. Two on one night. Listen, I don't want to be out there twice in one night.
You think we're gonna debut a new show and I don't start this, debut somewhere else, and I don't say that I got you here? Come on.
Yeah.
And what he did on the NXT show, saying, "What if I did come back? Take this microphone away from him. Y'all leave me alone."
I didn't even see that, but we kept getting ads, so we got that Las Vegas WrestleMania coming up. We saw that commercial more than once, and so we get that upbeat music. Dun, 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 Las Vegas. Like, all right, all right, Trips.
Doom, what is the sick individual? He got his wife involved. Credit Girl is definitely
Credit Girl.
We're trying to act like this is all a big surprise. All right, dude, come on, man. Look at how far in advance they're announcing it. It's just so many funny things attached to this.
I wonder who's gonna induct her. It's gonna be Triple H. It's gonna be maybe Trish. Trisha said before that they're good friends, maybe.
I feel like Triple H is the only one that really makes sense, but you don't want to do that. Yeah. That would be kind of weird, I think.
Nah, we're going to get the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Linda McMahon is here.
Oh, WrestleMania. I would like that theme song, but I would not like Linda McMahon being there. She stinks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
could be Linda. Maybe Shane O'Mac will be back.
I guess, yeah. Next to Triple H, that one makes a lot of sense. Don't seem like they like each other a lot all the time, but it might is. So next year is just we're doing another family. This is a family thing, essentially. Like the whole weekend's gonna be built around Stephanie fucking McMahon. She is Credit Girl. You're right. Jesus Christ. Oh, Hassan sent one more super chat in. The homie Hassan Butler says, I don't know if y'all saw the Canelo Crawford fight, but how you feel about TKO trying to book dream fights while getting around the Muhammad Ali Act? Yeah, we did see the fight. We talked about it a little bit on the show. I love how every time an interviewer gets next to Dana White, they press him about the Muhammad Ali Act, and he gets so upset and he wants to throw everybody out and stuff.
He was funny. He looked very upset by the pacing of this whole thing.
He did.
Like, why did it take so long? By the time they got to the main event, he was looking like, get me
he's like
out of here.
texting in his phone, like he's like looking around and stuff, like all this other stuff besides watching the fight. But then somebody was like, "Oh, he's sitting next to his boss. That's why he was acting weird like that." And I was like, that also that makes sense too.
But yeah, TKO and like this, they're definitely putting over like the dream fights, because we got the Tyson Floyd match that's being promoted for next year. I think Canelo's got like 2 more fights on his contract with Riyadh season.
They're doing that Jake Paul and Tank Davis fight is happening too. I'm like, this is getting nasty over here.
Big money, man.
Big money hustlers, but it's gross. It's par for the course what they're doing. A lot of the stuff feels icky, like when the homie showed up on the broadcast. I felt like, you know what I mean? Let's like kind of extra emphasizes how kind of nasty and money bound these things are.
Mike Tyson doing an interview with Mr. Beast, and Mr. Beast is like, I'm gonna let you punch me in the stomach. He wasn't prepared for him to punch him for real, because of course Mike Tyson is psycho, and so he punched him for real, and he's laying on we got one of the greatest memes ever out of this now, of him being like like I think at one point he was like like he saw like his entire life flash before his eyes, like.
And Phil, that was like a 20% punch. Like Mike was just like, like he wasn't even really doing anything.
Yeah, he's the whole time he's back there laughing like he's all right. I'm like, I don't think he's
all right.
He's all right. He'll get up.
This is not funny. That's the hardest punch you ever took, and you were going 20%. Imagine going real percent, you would die. But yeah, it's wild. I mean, I complain, but I was watching that Netflix fight, so I don't know how. What do you want?
It's a good fight.
It's a good fight. I liked it.
Yeah,
if it's like that, 2 actual boxers fighting that are still professional boxers in their prime and shit, I'm in. It's all these crazy, like the Floyd and Tyson shit is like, you guys, stop.
I have no interest in. I have no interest in that fight.
0%, dude. I don't want to see either one of you guys doing this. Yeah. Appreciate that, Hassan. Adrian Carpenter says, I believe if Paramount bought Warner Brothers Discovery, it would be way better for AEW. Paramount will promote AEW better. They got the biggest platforms like CBS, MTV, etc. Actually, Paramount's kind of not that great, honestly, for keeping it real.
Yeah.
Like for some things they are, but I don't know if they would be for that. But I mean, they're getting into business with TKO anyways with this UFC deal. So
yeah, we got that report this week that Netflix is possibly looking to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, which a lot of these mergers is it's not feeling good. A lot of these companies being under the same umbrella, and these some of this monopoly talk. We saw the immediate effects of it with like this Jimmy Kimmel thing, and like corporations like bowing to fascist president. You know,
and how fast things could change in a minute, and an instant, and a second, and corporate. I mean, we've seen it before. I remember when Bryan Danielson was fired for doing the Thai thing in WWE, and they were like, "It's corporate. It's not even us." And it's like, I don't want this to become it's corporate thing, and it's a corporate thing now.
Yeah, there are a lot of things this week that were pretty troubling with some of these rights deals. Yeah.
Don't like it. I don't know what. Like,
not a fan.
We be talking on out loud and on podcasts and things, Phil. So like, life is crazy. I appreciate that, Adrian. And then Tenruza says Vince is in Hall of Fame. Saudi credit dad. Shane credit bro.
Credit dad.
Credit dad. But no, The issue is I wouldn't even call Vince Credit Dad. He's nothing close to his son-in-law. Like his son-in-law, he be on TV way more. I'm like his son-in-law's on TV way more than Vince was. Like it's crazy.
No, it's not just that. He got to let you know at every chance. I did this.
Yes.
It was me.
He's on Pat McAfee show. He's on sports everywhere he's at. That thing that he did afterwards. What did he say, Phil? Everybody's always calling me. Everybody wants to be involved.
Oh, the thing from the pre-show thing where he's like, yeah, I get about 85 calls. Somebody might want to come back home. It's never too late to come back home.
Fucking bet, dude. I fucking bet.
I'm sure he does get calls, but that number seems pretty high.
No, that's a high number, but he definitely gets calls. There are definitely people groveling on his phone trying to get back. Kieran Cross. Whatever on the Kieran Cross, Phil.
No, I thought it was a work. That's what people keep trying to tell me, and then I was like, "This doesn't look like a work, guys." But it is a work. But
me too.
What's the aim of it? He just won like that inaugural super heavyweight tournament, so sure seems like he's doing his thing as a non-WWE wrestler.
Still a work. No, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, the other news update is Raja Jackson got arrested this week. I'm surprised it took this long.
I didn't know it was going to take so long. I've seen them arrest people for way less, way faster. So, but I mean, when it's such a big case, there's a lot of going into this. It happened. Apparently, his dad bailed him out immediately. So there's that.
Never mind. I had a terrible joke that I almost said.
They don't like jokes around here, Phil.
Yeah, I almost was like, yeah, police been real busy this week, man. They haven't been picking up people as fast as I thought this week.
I don't think you can do that one.
Hey, listen, man. You gotta turn yourself in, man. They not done.
Right. Wait, look, y'all are not gonna pick me up. I guess I'll pull up then. Y'all are looking for me. Here I am. Oh man. Didn't know y'all was gonna show up, but I'm here.
Hey, look, man. My dad pulled up and dropped me off.
Mm-hmm. My dad dropped me off. It's crazy.
This will be the last episode. We are out of here. No, they are snatching right up there. Like those two right there.
Yeah, that's them. That's them, officer.
Get them guys off of this YouTube channel today, or else
there will be an investigation. There will be an investigation. You better hurry.
Yeah, man. A lot of crazy stuff going around this week. The whole somebody was like, because they're trying to celebrate by getting Starbucks orders, and they were trying to say Starbucks people wrote "loser" on a cup or something, and that didn't actually happen. A lot of crazy accusations going around.
It's getting bad out there. The thing that I hate about this, I've seen it a lot now, Phil, is somebody will post like a factually incorrect tweet or something, and everybody in the comments will be like, hey, this is wrong. And then that person will leave the tweet up and be like, but what if it was true though? Like that shit drives me up a fucking wall.
Crazy, bro.
Because they want to keep their numbers. They'll be like, well, what if it was though? It's not though. You're spreading lies here.
Just outright lies or stuff being said, and we don't come back and apologize or like go back and run it back. Like they spent the whole 2 days like, man, it was the left, it was transgenders, it was this, it was that. And then when homie got arrested, none of those people were like, we're sorry for creating any of this like hate speech or none of that
at all. They were like, we're sad that our hate speech wasn't true. Essentially.
Crazy. Yeah. The tone the morning he got arrested was very, very different.
All those people are changing.
Instantly.
deleting their tweets and stuff, saying we need to pray for them. Before they were saying we're going to war. White men need to stand up. I'm like, wait, hold on.
Instant 180. It was back to thoughts and prayers. We've got some humper chats.
Huh.
Is that all of our super chats?
That is.
You got some. I thought we had some humper chats that I missed. No. Okay, yes. We got 2 from Tony P. Says the WWE show, on the other hand, fans were pissed about the commercials and opener. They're going to run it back, sadly. Also, it seems to have killed the tag match after it. I love the women's title match, best match of the show, and happy for Steph.
I'm happy for Steph.
Tony P. also says, yeah, she's great. Tony P also says, you can see the energy they once had for Julia is now being put into Steph. She really got over with the fans quickly. The mixed tag match was fun, but longer than it needed to be. And the main event was good. That's all I have. Off to have fun. Everyone's safe, man. Appreciate you as always, Tony P.
Thanks,
have
Tony.
a good Sunday afternoon doing whatever it is you're getting into.
Yes, sir. Hope your Sunday's dope, Tony.
I think that is all of our humper chats. I just want to double check. Yeah, I believe that is all of them. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thanks for all the super chats and humper chats today. Y'all are the greatest. Joining us on a different day to still contribute.
Yep. Oh, we got one more super chat.
Oh. The homie Tenruza says, just a little something to say you guys are great. Thanks, my homie. Thanks for contributing. Thanks for all the super chats on all the shows. Really appreciate that. Great way to end the show. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, appreciate you, buddy.
That's everything. Nope. Just kidding. Ben Sifner says, Packers lose. F the right wing. That should be good for you, Phil. Well, that's a good way to end the show, right? The pack down.
Yeah, it's got Dallas Cowboys today. I'm pretty sure we're gonna lose. Maybe not. I don't want to jinx us right ahead of that, but every Sunday is a good day when the Packers lose, man. On the way out, man, you got to come on, bro. Packers. You thought I wasn't leaving here with something, man? Two weeks in a row of losing? Come on, bro. Nah. I'll leave it with something.
Oh shit. Thank you, Ben. That is a great way. And fuck the right wing. That is a great way to end this thing.
That is a great way to leave our podcast. Appreciate you guys tuning in for a Sunday. Get to your football or Sunday dinner. I think people still do that, right? I guess. But yeah, this has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey, Righteous Reg. We are out of here.